Chapter 301. Drahuit's fate. Agla's remorse. When Agla was freed in this way, Guret went to Fungar Helen and asked him if something similar should happen with Drahuit, should he improve like Agla has improved. But Fungar Helen said with a very firm voice, "No, Drahuit remains definitely in his cage until should I die during the campaign, my successor returns. But he should lack nothing. He should get to eat whatever he demands, and thus also to drink. If he wants to have one or the other of his wives with him in the cage, it can be granted to him. But this only under the necessary condition that he talks nothing else with the wife who is with him at the time other than what one usually talks in bed with a woman. Or if he wants to talk better things, he can talk to his better wives about the old, true God, from which he, together with all of us, have long since deviated miserably. During the visits, and in general during visitations of one or the other of his wives, he must always be watched and overheard most strictly. And since Agla is now free, Drahuit can remain in this hole. But I say to you, make notes for me of everything what he is going to do in his cage, so that I can use it for his future treatment, either to his weal or woe. Should he perhaps even want to read books from our large collection of books, he should be satisfied in this respect too. But now you also have for Drahuit the proper and just instruction. If you follow it closely, you will take good care of him, for you and for all of us. And that is certainly also the will of the only and true God." And Mahal said, "Amen. This is right and perfectly just, and it will remain like that." When Guret heard this, he was glad, for Drahuit was the very man who had almost torn the crown from his head with his cunning. He therefore swore to fulfill all this in the most punctual manner. Very secretly, Mahal also asked Agla, tempting her, if she was satisfied with such arrangements for Drahuit. And Agla said, "Oh, father, why are you still tempting your above all tried, unfortunate, poorest daughter further? Am I not unhappy enough for you, both in the world as well as in my soul? In the world, I am the most despised and feared, more than all snakes, and in my soul before God, the most depraved, because before God, the blood of my brother continually cries for revenge on my soul. Oh, try me no longer. No person on this earth was ever more unhappy than I am. Even if you have forgiven me everything, my brother, whom I have killed, will never forgive me, and God will also not forgive me such an act. Therefore I am so endlessly unhappy. Therefore, Father, do not tempt me, the most miserable, any longer. This speech of Agla aroused a great sensation, and Mahal himself regretted that he had asked Agla this question. Therefore, all began to comfort her and to strengthen and refresh her as much as possible. Chapter 302. Drohuit's hypocrisy. Agla's garment. But Drohuit, who had heard his destiny, also wanted to free himself from his cage by weeping and complaining about himself and his sin against Funga Helen and against God, albeit only in a feigned manner. But Funga Helen said, "This bird's singing is very well known to me, for this is not a natural song, but a learned. Since one only knows all too well which birds can be trained to become artful singers, it is not too difficult to guess, when hearing such an artificial bird song, whether it is coming from a stare, a blackbird, or a goldlark. Thus I also here immediately recognize the song of this bird, which is neither a star nor a blackbird, much less a goldlark, but the more recognizable as a real bird of death and prey, who mimics the voice of small birds to lure them closer to his claws. But we are no longer fools, and will not let us be tempted into some dense shrub by him. Therefore he may now be weeping and wailing as much as he wants. Yet he will remain in his lattice home, as I had it formerly pronounced. I can see well that this punishment is much too lenient for his sin, for he deserves to be killed 1,000 times over. Only to the great Mahal, this true prophet of God, he owes it that his sentence had been so endlessly mild. Truly, if it were up to me, I would dictate to him on the spot another penalty. But here it all depends on the will of God, whom I have begun to respect above all from today on. And as such, this bird's most lenient punishment has also been approved by me, because it has been indicated to me by the prophet of God. And now nothing further about that. When Drohuit heard these words from the general, he stopped complaining and was no longer crying and no longer confessed any sins before the ears of the big company who were assembled in the hall, which caused many to laugh, because they recognized how Funga Helen had accurately judged the cage convict. But Agla was still dressed in royal garments, and she went to Funga Helen and said, "O you by me so deeply misunderstood, noble man! Behold, I, as a greatest sinner before God, before you, before the king, before my father, and before all the people, still have royal clothes on my most unworthy body. I beg you to take them off me and give me a most common haircloth robe, fitting for a penitent sinner. For these shining clothes are burning my soul like a most powerful fire." But when Mahal and Funga Helen heard this, he said to the general, "Brother, give her what she asks you for." And Funga Helen at once complied with the advice of his Mahal. And Agla went with her father to a side chamber and changed, and then reappeared with her father, dressed in a grey haircloth garment. And Funga Helen found great joy in this conversion of Agla. And also the rest of the company commended Agla for this act. Chapter 303. Agla's deep remorse. But after a while, Mahal asked his greatly improved daughter Agla what it was that she had done, which she now regarded as her greatest sin before God and all the people. Whether the commanded fratricide, or whether the murder with her own hands of Walter's 21 women, or finally the strong participation in the conspiracy against the power of the chief priest general. And Agla said, "O Father, you know it best which of all my sins before God and the people is the greatest. For to measure these things, I do not know. But I do know that each of my committed sins had killed me before God in my spirit. Oh, if I'd just not have committed them! Oh, if I'd rather have never seen the depths! I would have been before God still so pure and innocent, as I always was on the heights. But now it has happened, and I can never undo what had happened. I therefore believe that it would now be on top of it all a great folly for me to explore which sins with regard to my conscience are the greatest. I think that before God, every sin against His holy order is equally bad, and its effect is the same, namely bringing eternal death to the spirit of man. But once man is completely dead in the spirit, as it is certainly with me now the case, I really do not know what sin has killed me the most. For I believe that it does not matter whether one is more or less dead. For total death can, in my opinion, not become even more dead. Behold, I have given the command to kill my brother, and this has killed my spirit completely. After that, Agla was no longer alive. Only her physical powers functioned out of the death of her spirit. And as such, each of her actions had to be an atrocity before God and before all spiritually living people. How else could they be different? For death can only produce death. Thus my subsequent actions are now less oppressive for my conscience, because they are a consequence of the first act. Oh, if I only never had committed the first offence against the divine order, all others would not have happened. At the first step down into the depths, I should have at once turned back, and I still would have been as I was from my birth, and all whom I have killed would still be alive. But now it is too late, and I have nothing left than regret about my first step down to the depths. Thereupon the speaker began to cry and bitterly accused herself. But Mahal said, "Oh, great God, I thank you with all my strength that you have allowed me to find this my daughter who was lost. Agla, come back to the chest of your father, because now I have again recognized my daughter in you. But turn in your heart to God, and you will again find grace before Him, the good, Holy Father." Here Agla hurried to the chest of Mahal and relieved her heart with many tears, which she let fall on the faithful chest of the father. Chapter 304. Funga Helen's Wisdom. Praise. However, they were joined by Funga Helen, where Agla was still crying at the chest of her old father. And Funga said to her, "Agla, verily, thus I like you better than in the royal dress, which soon would have made a perfect servant of hell out of you. Henceforth stay in this disposition, and you will certainly be more pleasing to God, and also to me, than you ever were in all your royal splendour. For also I confess here publicly that I will not only here with you, but also with me and everybody else, become a declared enemy of all glamour, and remain this way for the rest of my life. Who from now on wants to be my friend, let him distance himself from everything shining, and walk in simple clothes, and I will look at him as a person who is concerned about the true welfare of the people, as it is important to me. The gold and silver should be turned into useful coins with the king and my images. Thus it will be beneficial to all the people. But if we sew it into our clothes, making it thereby often so heavy that it almost drags us to the ground, of what benefit is it to us, and what use to the people? And what service do we thereby show God, the old Lord of all glory? Truly, for as long as we cannot decorate our garments with real stars from the heavens, and our chest with the real sun, to the glory of Him who has created us, for as long shall all other false jewellery remain far away from us. For who does not shine out of himself like the sun and like the stars of heaven, is only a light thief, and flaunts only with the stolen light, until the great holy light shines in the sky, with its light from God. But if this goes down, then the by us so highly cherished light thieves are becoming the vilest dirt and mildew, and are equally dark. However, everything usefully applied is certainly pleasing to God, because He created it for human benefit. But if we use these things to very foolish, arrogant, absurd purposes, for which they certainly have not been created, then such use must be necessarily an abomination before God. Because God is surely the eternal sacred order Himself. Thus away with all the shimmering dirt off our robes, here and in all other countries. Here Fungar Helen took off all jewellery from himself, and he was followed by the king and all the other high officials. And all gold and silver was brought to the mint and coined into viable coins. Then Mahal praised Fungar Helen exceedingly and said, Fungar Helen, it seems to me as if the Spirit of the Lord has taken hold of you already. Truly, I believe to have heard the old Enoch speaking through you. For behold, such wisdom does otherwise not dwell in man. Thereupon Mahal thanked God that he was so merciful to this man. And all were astonished at Fungar Helen's wisdom. And the chief priests said, Only now you are fully worthy to be our general. And all added a loud Amen to this. Chapter 305. Command to demolish a temple. In this disposition of their hearts, the 3 days passed, during which time the top colonels organized the soldiers and had to prepare them for the coming campaign. In the evening of the 3rd day, the first field colonels came to the royal castle and indicated to Fungar Helen that now already an army of 2 million soldiers was camping outside of the city on the large training grounds, and were well equipped for any military purpose, and waited for further higher commands. And Fungar Helen said to these first field colonels, Thus go and give the following command. 3 hours before dawn we move out, and the whole army will first move to the temple of the god of ore and forge. There the workers will move forward, and at once destroy everything which only slightly resembles an idol, and of course especially the main temple. Should the miners and the priests of this temple want to prevent the workers from executing their commanded work, then at once a powerful division of soldiers should be present to drive the priests and miners with sharp force to obedience, and all stubborn hardliners have to taste the sword at once. Should, however, the priests and miners agree to the destruction of the temple and all idolatry without resistance, they should then immediately be brought to my tent, so that they may receive instructions from me on what they should henceforth do and teach, and how they will be provided for. The main force, however, must everywhere and always encircle the temple with 3 circles, and take care that nobody can flee beforehand from any of the temples. All the gold and silver at the temples must be collected and then brought to me, and I will take a large number of minters along, and will immediately turn all the gold and silver into viable coins, with which firstly the army is remunerated, through which then such money is distributed to the people. Let it be done. This command I, Fungar Helen and King Gurat. After this given command, The first field colonels withdrew again and gave the orders of the general high priest, and also the king, to the great army. But Gurat had immediately 1,000 camels prepared, and selected 1,000 minters who had to take their tools and accompany the army, and had another 700 camels prepared for Funga Helen and all his entourage. And the next day, at 3 hours before sunrise, all were already on their feet. The camels were mounted, and the mighty procession joined the main army. What further? The following will show. Chapter 306. Resistance. But before the large court entourage could join the great army, the biggest part thereof was already on their way to the blacksmith temple, located not very far from Hanoch, which, as already known, was built in honour of Tubal-Cain, the inventor of metal processing. When the vanguard arrived at the strong bulwark of the temple, they stopped and demanded from the gatekeepers immediate access. But they replied, "At this time, no one is admitted into the garden of the sanctuary. Only a most crafty perpetrator may demand this so impetuously. What do you want so early in these sacred walls?" And the great vanguard replied boldly, "We want nothing more and nothing less than to destroy this very sanctuary and these sacred walls from the bottom up for all times, according to the orders of Funga Helen, and then to slay or kill the rebellious among you, whichever you prefer. Therefore, do not cause much trouble, for behind us marches an army of 2 million warriors." When the gatekeepers heard such, they responded with much softer language. "Yes, if this is the case, then we have to inform the high priest of the temple, so that he can worthily receive you as emissaries of the great, almighty Funga Helen." But the vanguard said, "The high priest must not be informed before the temple is completely destroyed. Therefore, just open the gate. Otherwise, we will open it by force." When the gatekeepers heard these words, they shouted, "Oh, you infamous rogues! You outcasts of hell! That is then your plan? You only want to rob and steal the sanctuaries of the temple. The beautiful gold and silver you want. Oh, just wait a little. You will be spared this effort. We will immediately tell the high priest about these mutineers, and their path will be shortened in a way which until now no devil has ever dreamed about." And immediately a few gatekeepers ran off to the high priest and informed him accordingly. But the high priest became more angry than a tiger, engaged his whole army, and at once began activating all his hellish fire arts most energetically. The mountains began to spray fire from various locations. The whole temple soon began to glow, and from the large garden wall, fire was spraying everywhere. And all this was accomplished in 1 hour. When the vanguard saw these raging fires, they retreated to the great army, who also halted, because they too did not dare to invade this true sea of fire. But in the meantime, also the court's entourage reached the army, and Fungar Helen himself was surprised about this fire spectacle around the temple of Tubal-Cain. But Mahal said to him, "Let them keep on producing their fireworks for only one day. But tomorrow we will begin our productions." And Fungar Helen immediately issued this as a command to the whole army. And everybody watched this murderous spectacle for an entire day. Chapter 307. Temple Demolition. The next morning, however, after the fire revolutions had already completely subsided towards the evening of the previous day, Fungar Helen himself, accompanied by his entourage, went to the big metal gate and demanded access. But since it was still very early, he was rejected, being not recognized, with the words, "At night any fool can say, 'I am the General Chief Priest Fungar Helen,' and demand instantaneous access. But if you are the great Fungar Helen, then come during the day, and we will open the gates for you, once we have positively recognized you." And Fungar said, "Good. Thus I swear to you on my life. If I will enter here during the day, all of you, together with the chief priest and underpriests, will be killed by the sword. For you delay me to do what the old God of Adam, Seth, and Enoch has commanded me to do. Therefore it will bring you all certain death." And the guards of the gate said and shouted, "Such terror threats we know already. Therefore, just leave, because you will also not be allowed to enter during the day. And even if you were Fungar Helen, you will never be admitted, even if you would wait here for years to get in." This reply angered Fungar Helen throughout his whole being. He withdrew to the army and immediately ordered the miners to dig 6 shafts from 10 paces in front of the surrounding wall to under the wall, and then put large bags full of the strongest explosive grains under the wall, and then light them by means of the running fire on a burning thread, which burns safely and does not extinguish until it has done its duty. On this command, immediately 600 miners started their work, measured the distance accurately, and opened the earth. And when the sun rose, each section was already underneath the wall. Thereupon the explosive grain sacks were placed inside the shafts, and the fire threads were laid and ignited. And a few minutes after a terrible explosion, a large part of the wall laid spread in ruins over the area, and a wide gate was opened for the army. But when the priests and their numerous servants of this temple saw this terrible attack on their sacred wall, they fled into the mountains but ran straight into the hands of Fungo Helen's guards, where they were immediately arrested and brought before the general. He secretly asked Mahal what he should do with these rebels. And Mahal said, "They are all of a purely infernal nature. Therefore stay with your threat, and let them all be cut to pieces." And immediately Fungo Helen commanded a division of soldiers for the task, and at once they began cutting down the prisoners, whose number was around 5,000, and not one was spared. When this operation was completed, only then did they start with the destruction of the temple, and with the coinage of the gold and silver which was found there. And all this lasted only 3 days. Chapter 308. Instruction. Rebellion. When, after this operation of destruction, the news of it spread to the scattered ore works, the workmasters were horrified, and immediately sent delegates to Fungo Helen's camp to ask him, with due honours, what this terrible event meant. And Fungo Helen informed them of the true God, and showed them that all idolatry would now be destroyed, because otherwise the old, true God would inevitably bring the judgment he had threatened from ancient times upon all creatures of the earth, since all idolatry was an abomination of abominations before him, the eternally true God alone. And when the Fungo Helen himself had explained this to the deputies, only then did Mahal also exhort these very deputies to turn back to God, and how they should proclaim this to their ore-work masters under the harshest threat of inevitable judgment, and also faithfully report to them how they will find grace before God again if they turn to him, and how he will spare them judgment. After this instruction, the deputies returned and faithfully reported all this to their masters. But they began to curse and scold them violently and said, "Just look at the whims of the great ones. For every finger length they give different laws and different gods. What has it cost this king to erect all these temples? What a fuss has been made in the whole great empire, and what a miraculous noise from all sides. Now the whole thing has lasted barely 10 years. And that's it, because it has certainly brought in too little, and because the great ones can no longer spare the gold and silver that has accumulated in the temples during this period. Now it's the old, futile God's turn again, for he does not need temples and also no money. And this for the reason that he exists nowhere and is nothing. Yes, he does not even need in the very least a costly picture of himself, because he is nothing, but only needs to be thought of as a god from thin air. Watch out! This year the temples will be destroyed and the old thought god will be reintroduced. But next year the tax messengers will appear again, and will certainly demand a very heavy tribute from us in the name of the king. It is a real devil's life in this world. Can these big loafers on earth not consume their best roast in a continuing peace and order? Must there always be some kind of scheming going on? The moment we have some quietness, then all of a sudden from somewhere a hungry scammer of a prophet appears, equipped with some magic tricks and some smooth-faced whores. And this guy then begins haphazardly, quite boldly, to play a tune for the big fools, and these donkeys at once start dancing accordingly. But now they can eat the dirt from our arseholes. We will not be their fools any more. And even more so are we shitting on the vain old God's threatened judgment. We, therefore, will remain what we are. And who does not want to join us can join whoever he wants. We will not interfere with him. He only should move to those whom he has joined. This decision was the fruit of the proclamation of the true God to the many trade masters. The fruits of the next operation will be shown next. Chapter 309. Destruction of the Bull Temple. But when Fungar Helen had the representatives of the industrialists dismissed, who, as already said, were not successful on their return, he at once gave the command to the entire army to get ready and move to the area in the quite distant mountains where the temple of the great bull was located, and to proceed there in just the same manner as it was the case with the temple of the god of ore and forging. Soon the whole great army got moving and moved in 200 long columns, of which each counted 10,000 men, not counting the strong entourage of the court. In 3 days, the whole army came to a halt in an open area about 5 hours away from the temple, and waited there for new instructions. When Fungar arrived with his suite, he had a large tent erected and made this his base camp. And when the colonels came to him to receive more detailed instructions, Fungar Helen said to them, "Did I not say before the march to here, to proceed here, in the same manner as was the case with the temple of the ore and forging god? Why then should there be given more detailed instructions? You know where the temple is standing, and you know the pretty high altitude mountain gorge in which the temple is built. Thus surround them in 3 large circles, and some then go to the temple itself and destroy it from the bottom up. Collect the gold and silver, and take all priests and other temple servants as prisoners and bring them all here to me, and it will then emerge what we have to do next. Therein lies the whole command. Thus go and execute it." And the colonels went and conveyed this command to the army, and they, in turn, prepared to carry out the instructions. Within 10 hours the temple was surrounded, and the large demolition division went to the temple and demanded to be admitted. Since they arrived so late at night, they were denied access. The commanding officer, however, said to the gatekeeper, "If you do not open the gate immediately, no one of you will get away alive." Here the priests arrived and asked for the reason of admittance at such an unusual time. And the commander clearly explained the reason. But this unleashed a fury among the 1,000 men-strong inhabitants of this temple. They immediately climbed on top of the surrounding wall and began to throw stones on those who demanded admittance. They, however, retreated and immediately began to lay mines. Within a few hours the shafts were dug and loaded with the explosive grains, and before the morning dawned, the whole semicircular wall was destroyed. The army then penetrated into the courtyard, destroyed the temple, and took all the priests and all their treasures into custody. Chapter 310. A good excuse. After the total destruction of this temple, the priests and other servants of this temple were brought before the tabernacle of Funga Helen by the returning military force and its entourage. And when the carriers of the acquired treasures of gold and silver had handed it to the minters, only then did the general begin his sharp interrogation and examination of the prisoners, and said to them, "Who was the builder of this temple? Was it not I? But if I am the builder and the owner of this temple, do I not have always the full right to destroy my property whenever I want? But since I have this unquestionable right, I ask you, for what reason and for what demonstrable right have you defied my order made known to you, and served my deputies by throwing stones, thereby killing 10 people, and wounding several more or less seriously?" And the prisoner said, "Lord, if we had seen you, we would have believed that such a command was issued from your mouth. But since we did not see you among the warriors, and also did not hear your quite well discernible voice, we thought that the pronouncement of your name was just a shameful war strategy of some foreign power which attacked us in a mutinous and predatory manner to get hold of your gold and silver, which we have collected for your chambers." Likewise, we were also not able to distinguish at night time the markings and armour whether it belonged to Hanoch or if from somewhere else. That is why we then took to the stones and defended your property in any which way possible for us. And we believe that we have not made ourselves liable for prosecution before you. For a faithful servant of his master should always be worthy of a reward rather than a penalty. When Fungar Helen heard this clever excuse from the prisoners, he said to them, "Good! Since you have done this out of loyalty to me, you should also receive reward than punishment. You are now free. Go from here now, and for 3 days do your best. After this time come back to me, so that I may confirm your cause and give you a new office." Then they were all released and allowed to go wherever they wanted. And with the sign of freedom from the general, they immediately returned to the mountains. But Fungar Helen at once sent his best spies after them, who had to watch the freed men very closely. What further? The following will show. Chapter 311. Mysterious Disappearance. But where did the freed men go? They went straight to the point where the former temple was standing. When they arrived there, they went to a rock wall, into which a very misshaped hole was dug, which was large enough for one person to enter if he would bend down a little. All who were freed finally disappeared into this hole, and our fine spies waited here until night time to see what finally might emerge from this hole again. However, neither man nor any animal could be seen. In the evening, therefore, they called together the numerous guards following them, and had the hole closely watched at a certain distance. And each guard had to keep a close eye on the hole to see if anyone was coming out and who. But this was a completely futile effort for 3 days, for not a soul of those who went in came back. After 3 days, some of the spies returned and reported this to Fungar Helen. He was wide-eyed and did not know what to make of it. But not an hour passed, and all the freedmen returned safe and sound. Then the spies were wide-eyed and angry that they had certainly been deceived by these ox-priests. But Fungar gave the spies a secret hint that they should send couriers to fetch the spies and guards who had been left behind. The best swift runners were immediately summoned and sent to those who were still carefully keeping watch, so that they could return. Before another 7 hours had passed, everyone had gathered in front of the general's tent, and he came forward and spoke to the freedmen. "You have come back here at the specified time, but that is not enough for me to give you a new office. You also have to tell me faithfully where you were during these 3 days, and what you have done there. For only then will I clearly recognize whether you, 3 days ago when my soldiers requested admittance in the evening, have attacked them with stones out of true, great loyalty to me. Therefore speak now, and be mindful that every lie will bring you certain death." But the threatened said, "Did you not give us a 3-day free time? How can you now demand accountability from us? Were we not allowed to do what we wanted?" But the general said, "It is precisely through this freedom that I have tried you, and that was necessary in order to entrust you with an important new office. Therefore, after this school now comes the main test, in which you can either pass or fall forever. Therefore, just answer my earlier question to you immediately without further contradiction. Otherwise, I will immediately have 10,000 swords played over your heads." Here the threatened men were astonished, and one of them said, "Lord, if you must know everything, know that we have practiced hard penance during these 3 days in order to reconcile ourselves with ourselves, because you have been so offended by us through our ignorance." The general could hardly suppress his laughter and said, "Ah, that is worth listening to. But where is the sacred place of your repentance, so that I myself can go there and build a great monument for such your loyalty to me?" Here the false penitents were already biting their lips, and one of them said, "O Lord, this is a hideously horrible cave in the mountains, and a monument would look very bad there, so don't ask for it." And Funga Helen said, "Oh, that doesn't matter. We will make the gruesome place beautiful. Therefore, let us go to the sacred place immediately." Here the penitents turned pale and had to set off on the very hot road. Next, the results. Chapter 312. The Cave. When the whole procession with the penitents, the spies, the guards, and Funga Helen himself, with his entourage, reached the place where earlier the temple stood, and where, in a small distance from it, the known hole in the rock face was located, the chief spy came to Funga and said, "Lord, Lord, behold, here is the hole that I told you about. Into this hole the men who were freed by you disappeared and never reappeared again." When Funga received this hint, he turned to his mahal and asked him if he would not want to describe the nature of this cave and the story behind it more closely to him. And Mahal said, "Oh, friend, nothing easier than that. See, firstly, this is not a hole made by nature, but it was made by human hands through this not too very hard stone mass, and this by means of a chisel, of which the traces can still be seen all too well. But because it is a work of man, it is secondly certainly not the entrance to an underground, by nature formed mountain hall, but it is rather a passage to a mountain land surrounded by rocky mountains. or it is the entrance to one or more underground shafts, artificially made by human hands, where these hard penitents have stashed some serious lumps of gold. It is certainly one of these two alternatives, perhaps both, which it has to be, since the hard penitents who disappeared into this hole came to you along another route. It now depends on the investigation on your part. But first question the hard penitents about it. Will they confess the truth to you before the examination, then spare their lives after the successful investigation? But if they will lie to you in advance, then kill them by walling them in this very cave. After these words of Mahal, Fungo Helen immediately turned to the hard penitents and asked them, who had heard nothing of Mahal's revelation, what was inside this hole into which they disappeared for 3 days. And the hard penitents said, O Lord, this hole is nothing but a sad entrance to a dirty penitence's cave, which has an even narrower exit to an even more desolate rocky area, in which nothing grows but wild berries, which serve the penitent as a meagre food. From this area one can reach the lowlands again via a very arduous path on which one has to combat 1,000 life dangers. And this path we used today, so that our repentance is perfect. Lord, Lord, you can investigate this hole closer yourself, and if you're going to find it otherwise, then you can do what you want with us. And the general immediately summoned the miners and said to them, Bring 10,000 torches at once, and we will immediately set about investigating this hole. And the miners went and at once fulfilled the general's command. Chapter 313. Discovery. When the 10,000 torches were brought in, Fungo Helen summoned 1,000 of the strongest and most humble men from the mine diggings, gave each of them 10 torches, and then said to them, Fasten the pit string here. Then each of you light a torch and enter this hole with great care and caution. Examine everything most carefully. Do not leave any side passage unsearched, and where traces of an artificial blockage of any side channel might be visible on the inner stone walls, which you will probably be able to notice by the light of 1,000 white flaming torches, then break through, and do not leave a single detail as unworthy of your examination. When you have examined everything carefully, come and give me news, and I will then convince myself of everything, and then reward you very handsomely, and do justice to these hard penitents, according to the best advice. And so go now and carry out my command. Upon this command, The 1,000 miners started with their work and did everything most carefully as they were instructed. But in the beginning of this investigation, they seriously found nothing else than what the hard penitents had testified. Namely, first, a narrow, low, and by 200 fathoms long passage, which snaked through various curvatures and ended in a rather spacious chamber, which probably could hold 2,000 people. The walls of this chamber were solid, black rocks on all sides, and had only one exit on the opposite side, which was an equally narrow opening, as was the first one. And through this second opening, they soon came to a barren, rocky area in which there really seemed nothing else than some wild berry bushes. After the miners examined everything and found nothing that could arouse their suspicion, they returned and informed the general accordingly. But he said, No, I cannot believe that the hard penitents are so honest. Give me a torch, and the 1,000 miners to follow me along the shaft guide rope, and I will convince myself of everything. Here, the general took a torch and went together with the miners into the cave, and soon came into the chamber where he carefully investigated the walls and found nothing suspicious than the very same black colour. And he therefore said to the miners, This colour seems to have its reason. These walls are solid everywhere. But I find this chamber is very high. Therefore bring me a good ladder, and we will also examine the higher parts of this stone wall. Thereupon a mine ladder was brought in at once, and the upper wall parts were examined, and to the astonishment of all, at an altitude of 3 klafter, a quite spacious opening was discovered, and one could hear, as if from far away, the voices of many people. And Fungar Helen said, Let us quickly go back, for a longer stay could be dangerous for us here. But I now have what I really wanted. From here on, the hard penitents will be our guides. Thereupon, all left this artificial grotto in a great hurry. And when Fungar returned quite safely, he at once called the hard penitents to him and asked them to provide further details about the high opening in the rock wall of the chamber. The hard penitents began to falter, and one said in fear, Now all is lost. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 314. Unmasked. Destruction. Freedom. But when Fungar Helen recognized how his question had produced a really powerful precipitating effect with the hard penitents, and when he also heard the involuntary, "We are lost," he said to Mahau, "Listen, my most valuable brother and friend. I think we should make a short work here of these 1,000 hard penitents. Their guilt is as good as proven. What do we need more? I will have these wretches cut down immediately. I will then have 200 sacks of explosive grains stuck in this artificial cave and ignited, so that the whole mass will be destroyed. And in this way, we will get the quickest to the bottom of the secrets of these main rascals. What do you think? Am I right or not? And Mahal said, Dear friend, you are right. But as long as we can solve the matter without bloodshed, we leave the sword in its sheath and act without it. But definitely have the grotto destroyed as you suggested. There you will come across quite some secrets that will be of considerably great importance. When Fungo Helen heard this from Mahal, he commanded at once the miners, and they immediately carried 200 sacks of the strongest acting explosive grains that they had into the black chamber, put the fire threads in place, and when everyone had withdrawn to a safe distance, ignited them, and then retreated to a safe distance as well. Why? That will be clear without explanation. Within a small half an hour, the running fire reached the sacks, and everything deafening bang occurred, and a whole mountain was laying around in ruins. After the explosion, a new investigation was launched, but nothing of particular interest could be found under the mountain rubble. Some gold nuggets and multiple torn people was all they could find. After such investigation, lasting for 3 days, the general had the hard penitents summoned again and said to them, Truly, I still want to spare your life and give you your freedom, if you tell me the reason why you continually have acted as impostors against me, while I always have given you so many advantages. Why have you made this cave, and why hid the gold in it? Here one stepped forward and said, Lord, Lord, this we did out of excessive fear for you, because for quite some time already we had a strong notion that you may soon do something like that. And therefore we wanted to provide for ourselves for the future, when our office would come to an end, and we would be left without any income. See, this is already the whole reason for this artificial grotto. But the men you heard speaking from the suspicious high opening were our brothers. They now lie buried. I wish we were there with them already. Now you know everything. Just remember that we are also human beings. When the general heard this, he kept his promise. He spared their lives and gave them their freedom. Chapter 315. The Sun Temple, the Fire Temple, and the Wind Temple. Then Fungo Helen, having previously divided the 1,000 hard penitents in the army, had the whole army reassemble and prepare to march on. When, in the course of a day and a night, the whole army had reassembled and prepared to march, Fungar Helen had them set out against the temple of the sun, which conquest and destruction, however, offered nothing memorable, since its priests immediately surrendered and even collaborated in the destruction of this temple themselves. They only asked for the large concave mirror for other scientific purposes, which they had become acquainted with in the course of the 10 years of existence during sacrificial services, which Fungar Helen gladly granted them, as he himself was a great friend of all kinds of arts and sciences. After a 3-day stay, which the army needed to rest, and the general used for coinage of the looted gold and silver, the army moved out again, and according to the orders of the general, marched towards the temple of the fire god, which conquest and destruction was of course somewhat more problematic, since its priesthood had greatly increased and spread in all directions. Because nearby any fire-spitting mountain, a sub-temple of this god was built where, during festivals, the fire arts were produced in exchange for rich sacrifices. And as such, the destruction of this temple, with all its extensions, took longer and was at various points subjected to different degrees of difficulties than the former. In all, it lasted for almost 40 days, and was accomplished mostly without bloodshed, except for a single sub-temple, which was built on a steep cliff, to which its priests stubbornly held on to because of their superior position, and thus did not want to listen to the demand to surrender. Here the large rock was from all sides undermined and blown up, which of course cost all the stubborn priests their lives. After the destruction of this temple, and after finishing the gold and silver coinage, which here amounted to more than 2 million pounds, and which required 2,000 camels to transport, the army got ready to march towards the temple of the wind god, which, however, caused Fungar quite some daunting obstacles until it could be conquered. For firstly, the priests had always kept the lake fully swollen through gigantic sluices on its 4 drainage points. If something hostile approached from one or the other side, the floodgates were opened, and a huge mass of water rushed furiously over the enemies on every possible access point to this temple. And secondly, the priests were also fully knowledgeable about all electrical manipulations, by which means their area was made almost inaccessible. And so it took Fungar Helen half a year's work until he was able to seize this temple. After the destruction of this temple, the army moved towards the temple of the water god. Next, more about the conquest of this temple. Chapter 316. The Water Temple. When the whole large army reached the lake after a march of many days, they camped along the wide-stretched shores of the lake in which the island was located in the centre, on which the temple of the water god was built. Only after a 3-day rest did Fungar Helen give detailed instructions for the attack on this, by nature, so extremely well fortified temple and village. At first, Fungar wanted to surround the entire lake, which was many miles in circumference, with a single line of warriors. However, he soon came up against invincible terrain difficulties that made his plan completely impracticable. For the lake was bordered in some places with widely stretched, rugged stone walls. In some places, it found its end in vast swamps and marshes. Since this plan had to be necessarily abandoned, another was devised whereby Fungar Helen in the course of 6 weeks had 20,000 barges built, of which each could comfortably carry 100 men. The barges were made from the finest cedar trees, of which every trunk was 12 klafter long, so that each barge had the same length and a width of 6 klafter. When these barges were completed, including the necessary oars, railings, benches, iron stoves, and food containers, and other small magazines for all kinds of war equipment, they were manned and commanded to encircle the whole island and to take strict care that no one leaves the island or come near it. Should, however, the besiegers be asked by the beleaguered islanders what this means, then they should quite flatly proclaim the will of the general and say, "If you unconditionally submit yourselves to the will of the general, you will become his friends. But on the contrary, you are his greatest enemies, who will be destroyed with the sword." Provided with such instructions, the men on the barges sailed to the rather distant island and besieged it with the barges entirely, so that no one could get on or off the island. But the siege had not yet lasted a day when the priests found out what was going on. So they immediately sent a deputation to the besiegers and asked them to carry out the will of the great Fungar Helen immediately, for otherwise the water god could easily become very angry. When the besiegers heard this from the deputation, they were very pleased, and immediately 10,000 men sailed to the island and went on shore. But when they came to the temple site, they found no trace of a temple, but only very nice country houses everywhere, in which ordinary country people lived. When the 10,000 realized this by painstakingly searching the whole island, they said, "What should we do now? Here is nothing to destroy. Therefore let us return now and inform the general about everything." Said and done. And when Fungar learned this, he was highly astonished and did not know what he should do. Henceforth, more. Chapter 317. Mahal's help. The priests. Since, however, Funga Helen could not see or understand how, on this to him well-known island, no trace of any temple could be found, when he himself with King Guret visited the island a few years ago, and thus had convinced himself of the existence of the temple, he turned to Mahal and asked him if he could tell him what was up with the absence of this temple. And Mahal said, "How can you assume that these very clever priests heard nothing of the destruction of the other idol temples? Behold, they had already been informed of the destruction of the temple of the god of the forge. They immediately took advantage of this, demolished everything dedicated to the idol, turned the idolatrous island into a beautiful, habitable land, built houses, and then distributed the land, gold and silver, and the goddesses of beauty, who had recently fled here on a certain occasion, among themselves, and have now been living here in this condition for over a year, quite happily in worldly terms. But they are totally dead in spiritual sense, because they know not a single syllable of a true, eternal God. Therefore, we should not focus here on a materially existing idolatry, but rather on the destruction of the greatest spiritual darkness being at home on this rather rich and beautiful island. For behold, these priests, since they are no longer allowed to have temples, now worship the waters of the lake and praise the springs with the most exalted but also exceedingly deceitful proclamations, and conduct schools, and preach the power and strength and eternal glory of the water, and present it as the true, living, holy essence of God, in which all fullness of life dwells. In short, I tell you, these priests teach the divinity of the water in such a way that you yourself would not be assured of not being thoroughly overcome by this teaching. Therefore, it is necessary to instruct these priests of something better. Otherwise, all human spirit is in danger to pass into the water of these priests. When Funga Helen heard this, he requested to go to the island himself, and to take all the priests in his school. But Mahal said, "Friend, you will do little good. But we have an oratress here, my daughter Agla, and an orator, and that is my son Kisarel. So let the priests come here, and we will see what can be done with them." Then the general at once sent a strong force to the island to bring the very clever priests to him. And they immediately came with the greatest eagerness and submission to the general's will. Chapter 318. Enchantment. When the water priests came before the face of Funga Helen, they bowed very deeply and one of them began to speak. Unending, most highest, almightiest God of gods, Prince of princes, Lord of lords. O you, before whom all the lands of the earth tremble, and all the waters listen quiveringly to the sound of your voice, who has founded heaven and earth, and has built the great city for millions of people according to your pleasure. Make graciously known to us, most repulsive worms before you, what you desire from us. About this highly silly salutation, a general laughter arose in the large tent of the general. And the general turned at once to Agla, and asked her that she, according to her father's counsel, should turn to these utter fools, and with some right words convince them of their folly, and then to give them a true doctrine. And Agla emerged from the background in her grey dress, divided her hair, and showed the flatterers her exceedingly beautiful face, which left the horny priests instantly speechless, for they were standing there half petrified, and no one moved his head for only one width of a hair, to not lose sight of such a feast for the eyes for only one moment. And Agla looked for a while at the priests, and finally inquiringly said, "What are you standing so dumb and stupid in front of me? Rather tell me if your former salutation to the general was your absolute seriousness, and I will give you another word. Speak. I command you in the name of the great eternal God." And the priests, when they had heard Agla's sweet voice, were thereat so charmed that they produced nothing but mere dumb, or rather inarticulate sounds like ah, 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 oh, oh, oh. Only one of them had about enough strength left to utter the following very stupid sentence. "Oh, oh, oh, you are like none of your kind. Oh, 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 you endless epitome of all feminine beauty. Who can look at you and live at the same time? Who can speak when their ears have heard the heavenly sounds and harmonies of your mouth? Oh, 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 you most beautiful, most beautiful, most beautiful. You heavenly, heavenly, heavenly." Here the rapture also paralyzed this speaker's mouth and tongue, and thus all the priests were now mute. And Fungar Helen couldn't help himself to laugh at this, and he said to Mahal, "Now there we have the fools. What can we do with them? They are completely enchanted by the sight of Agla. We need the dear Agla to retreat again. Otherwise these guys will fall into love madness, and we will then have a shameful problem with them." And Mahal, realizing this himself, called Agla to him and said to her, "My dear daughter, here you will not achieve anything. Therefore hide yourself again. Otherwise we will experience a shameful spectacle." And Agla agreed with her father and withdrew without having achieved anything. Thereupon Kisarel was called. But when he came to the fore, he was seen by the priests as the disguised Agla, because he resembled Agla a lot. He therefore only caused an even greater enchantment with the priests. But he was unable to make anyone talk, and hence had to retire as well. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 319. Failed Teaching. When Funga Helen and Mahal had convinced themselves that here, for the first time, Mahal's advice had failed, Funga Helen asked Mahal, "Brother in God, the only eternally true one, how is it that your advice here is fruitless and, as it seems, has no real reason?" And Mahal said, "Brother, a few moments ago it felt strange to me as well, because I speak nothing but what comes to me from the Spirit of the Lord. But now I understand quite well why this advice came to me, and why it had to be fruitless. See, this whole incident is now representing our entire relationship to God. These horny, worldly-oriented priests represent us humans at this point in time. We arrived with a large army at these water servants, just like God came in the beginning as an almighty, implacable judge before the first human couple. But this couple was gripped by remorse for their sin committed before God. And God came in a friendly garb and put man back in his original spiritual prosperity. And man soon again forgot the wrath of God and sinned against the divine friendship. But God did not want to transform his friendship back into wrath as soon as possible, but into even greater love, grace and mercy, and wanted to win back the corrupt human race completely through love alone. But when men saw the face of God's love and heard his sweetest voice, they could hardly help themselves at first, out of sheer love in return. But in this very love they gradually saw such great forbearance and patience in God, that they began to consider him literally incapable of ever judging again. In the beginning, people loved God so powerfully that they encompassed everything God had created with their pure love. But as time went on, they clung more and more to the visible creatures with their love, and gradually forgot divine love again completely, and carried it so far until the divine patience severely snapped, and had to afflict the completely outwardly turned human race again with a general judgment. And now will have to afflict it all the more, since men no longer know about God, like these very priests here, to whom you have given power on this island, as God once gave it to men on earth. But since they abused this power, we came to take it away from them. But they saw through us and levelled their circumstances so that we could do them no harm. We thus had pity on them, and called them to us, and wanted, through the most pleasant faces of love in the persons of Agla and Kisarel, give to them precisely this true love and recognition of God. But what effect did this have on these priests? See, they became even more horny and more sensual, even in our face. And see, in the same manner we humans behave against God. The more love and patience He shows us, the more we turn ourselves sensorically outwards, become egoistic, self-satisfied, and eventually want to respect no one else than ourselves, and therefore also not God. Even if we confess God with the mouth, we renounce Him with every deed. For God denies Himself everything and turns all His treasures over to us. In the best case, we do this by giving the smallest part to our brothers, but yet always retained the greatest part for ourselves. Behold, therefore the Lord allowed it now to happen before our eyes, that we should see from this how we now behave towards Him, as these priests do towards us. But that we, in this selfishness, are not completely going mad, God must now withdraw in His love, just as Agla and her brother had to retreat from these priests. Do you now understand the failure of my advice? See, it is the image of failure of divine love to us humans. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 320. Criticism. Consequences. When Fungo Helen received this to him somewhat unintelligible and quite lengthy reply to his short question to Mahal, he said to him, "Dear friend, you may well be right, but nevertheless your explanation about the failure of your counsel seems to be more of a wisely conceived subterfuge than an actual truth. For behold, I am also well versed in the subject of correspondences, and know quite well what is hidden behind a natural phenomenon. But despite such my knowledge, I would not have found in this phenomenon what you have brought to light. Truly, I would have preferred it many times over, since you now possess my complete trust, if you would have openly confessed to me that you for once might have been mistaken. But coming to me with this drawn-out wisdom phrase, with which I now can do what I want, I can believe it, but just as well also can deny it. But I want to tell you the real reason of your failed counsel. Look, it is this very natural, You meant well, and thought by yourself that these feral kind of priests will repent because of the speech of a beautiful female creature. And that's why you gave me that advice, whereby you of course have not considered the great lust of these men, wherein lies the hidden reason for the failure. By the way, this is not important. You still remain my most intimate friend. I just would have preferred it, as I have already said, if you would have immediately told me the naked truth, instead of your this time thinly wise definition. I therefore ask you now to give me real advice and tell me what's to be done with these horny goats. Should they stay alive, or should I have them killed by the sword? Tell me the pure will of God, and I will indeed act accordingly right away. When Mahal heard this speech from Fungo Helen, he spoke in a somewhat agitated tone. Friend and brother, why have you spoken such things to me, and thereby called not me, but God himself a liar? See, this will now soon cost you a tremendous fight, in which you will be heavily chastised by God. See, for you have not believed my speech, which was of a gentle nature. Thus believe what I am going to tell you now. You have completely forgotten about the Highlanders, and you think that they no longer can cause you any problems. But the 10 still surviving princes, nevertheless, in time, heeded the advice of a messenger from the heights, by withdrawing the law regarding procreation, a law which the messenger advised against, but instead promised a big reward to anyone who would find a way out from the highland to the depths. And I tell you, just now a man is standing in front of the 10 princes in their golden palaces, and is revealing to them a plan which he devised through higher inspiration, under which the depths can be and will be reached unhindered. And tomorrow they will begin the work, and you will look at the work with a million eyes, and you will nevertheless not be able to prevent it in the least. This, however, will be a landmark to you, that my explanation was not an empty trick of my spirit, but was an eternal truth of God. However, what you should do with these priests. The Lord says, let them go from where they came, for their spirit cannot be changed because it died through the unchastity of their flesh. But if the waters will come, they will be the first to find death in the floods. When Fungo Helen heard this, he immediately dismissed the priests and called the army together and moved with them to the place which Mahal described to him more accurately afterwards, namely, where the Highlanders would break through. Chapter 321. Threat, warning, collapse. The place, however, where the Highlanders had built themselves a way to the depths, lay 100 miles by today's measurements, 1844, northeast of Hanoch, and 30 miles from the lake with the island and its water servants. And this location was a sprawling desert in which nothing grew except for some wild berry bushes. Nevertheless, Also here the mountains were for a distance of 20 hours and a height of 30 fathoms, vertically excavated, and it was thus impossible for anyone to get from the top down, or to the top from below. "150 fathoms away from the mountain wall, Fungo Helen had his yellow and red-coloured tent set up. And when the whole great army was divided along the mountain wall, Fungo Helen said to Mahal, who made himself comfortable on his bed, 'Friend, according to your advice, we have now set up camp here. But I still do not see in the remotest sense anything corresponding to your prediction. Should you have fooled me here? Truly, despite being your dearest friend, I'll tell you that such a hoax will cost you dearly.' And Mahal said, 'Just take care that the hoax from above will not cost you dearly in the end. But regarding myself, for a long time already I am not accountable to you in this, nor in any other matter.' Mahal had hardly uttered these words, when suddenly a horrible roaring thunder could be heard from the height of the mountain. All hurried out of their tents to see what had happened, and one could see the heights covered in smoke, which usually originates from the explosive grains when ignited. And under the continuous thundering, 1,000 mighty earth and stone avalanches came crushing down to the depths, where the rectangular space between the vertically excavated walls and the desert lowlands were completely filled. And since various such avalanches occurred along the whole wall of the desert, the wall was soon filled with debris in various places, and the way from the heights to the depths was thus irrevocably paved. Which pernicious act Fungo Helen had to watch quietly, as it was impossible for him to stop it. For who could have dared to remove the debris while continuously new and bigger avalanches followed in short succession? During this awful occasion, Mahal asked Fungo Helen whether he regarded this phenomenon also as a hoax. And Fungo Helen said, "Oh, you terrible prophet from the heights of God! Why do you have to proclaim only terrible things, which occur with such terrible accuracy? And why not also good events, which also occur with the same accuracy? But tell me now as well, what can we do to conquer these revenge-thirsty Highlanders?" And Mahal said, "By the very fact that we are here. For our presence here will tell them that we have been inspired by a higher power to know where they would build their roads to the depths. This will instill a great respect in them for us, and instead of fighting, they will choose very peaceful negotiations. You just have to refrain from attacking them belligerently when they are coming down. But you can always place a strong guard around your tent to inject them with great reverence for our power." When Fungo heard this, he immediately complied with the advice. But simultaneously already a few investigators were discovered who made sure that the spaces were properly filled. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 322. enmity, skirmish. When Fungo Helen had convinced himself of the spies of the highlands, he gave his army orders to concentrate large numbers of troops at the transition points and keep themselves battle-ready for the eventuality of a slightest sign of an attack by the enemy. Throughout, they should behave as a defensive and protective force, and not as an attacking power. This was thus the command, and was conveyed to the whole army by courier in one day. And this time period was tightly measured. The army had hardly arranged itself partially to the orders of Fungo Helen, when an immense number of the best trained warriors of the highlands first examined the stability of the new avalanche debris pathway, and when found perfectly firm, they courageously walked unflinchingly towards the opposing forces, as if they did not exist. Fungo Helen noticed this brave earnestness, and therefore ordered a nearby 100,000 men strong division to attack and fend off the enemy, should they come closer to him than 10 paces. However, the enemy had no such intentions, but also concentrated itself in dense crowds at catapult distance, and sent 3 deputies to the shiny tent of the general, and had him ask what the vertical excavation of the mountains which started a decade ago had cost him. For their supreme commander wanted to know this, because he has come now to pay such large debt to the commander of Hanoch. For such an enormous sum of money and effort, calculated for the residents of the highlands only, could impossibly be demanded for free from their side. After such debt would have been paid, only then would they insist to collect the tithe for a decade, which was at that stage negotiated with King Gurat and the then underpriest Fungo Helen. When Fungo Helen heard this, a satirical question, he was greatly indignant and said, "I am Fungo Helen myself, and have come here with a force of 2 million of the best trained warriors. I am now the real master of all of Hanoch and its immense empire. Do you want to mess with him, to whom the old Lord and God of heaven and earth has precisely indicated the place where you would break through to come down from your raven nests to the lowlands to devastate it like a swarm of locusts?" When the delegation heard this answer from the general, they said, "You command a powerful language and oppose us with the old, true deity. But then also we have to tell you what this same God spoke to us through a prophet. See, his words, in short, said this: once you have paved the way at the indicated location to the depths, in the manner as I have shown you, you will meet the great force of Hanoch. For I will deliver them into your hands by the brother of Noah, who has become averse to me because of his children. However, spare the brother and his children, for I will chastise them myself." See, that is our prophecy. But if you want to avoid all the bloodshed, surrender now willingly. Otherwise, no one is going to leave this desert alive, except for the brother of Noah and his children. When Fungo Helen heard this, his anger was kindled, he seized the three and killed them with his own hands. At that moment Mahal got up and, guided by a higher power, moved with his family unstoppably to the enemy and told them about Fungar's iniquity. And this was the signal for a battle that afterwards never again had its equal. Because of Hanoch's army, only 1,000 men remained. And of the 3 million strong Highlanders, only 3,007 men. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 323. Escape. Regroup. Among the survivors was Fungar Helen with 2 colonels who fled with the rest back to Hanoch, being pursued over quite a long distance by the survivors of the Highlanders. When he arrived in Hanoch, he immediately hastened to Graz, who welcomed him with open arms. And then he announced to the king the most sad end of his campaign, saying, "Brother, now everything is lost. The Highlanders have built themselves a way down from the mountains at a desolate place about 60 hours behind the large lake, which was indicated to me earlier by the shameful old rascal Mahal. Their number may have been 1,000,000 more than ours. In short, after the old rogue moved with his family members to the enemy in a manner which is still a mystery to me, and then most certainly had us betrayed to them just after I had strangled 3 most cheeky delegates with my own hands, the infuriated enemy attacked us on 1,000 points simultaneously. A murderous battle began, and lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day I was down to no more than 2,000 men, with only 1,000 actual soldiers among them, and I was forced to flee to avoid not being wiped out to the last man. The enemy also lost probably more than 2 million men. For I tell you, on the 3rd day we were fighting on piles of corpses. My warriors have certainly fought more bravely than the enemy, for my warriors surely killed more than 3 million of enemy soldiers, while they could not master my 2 million. But their superiority was eventually too great for us to conquer them. But now we have to quickly assemble an army of 4 million warriors to take revenge on the haughty Highland princes in a manner of which the earth forever will not be able to exhibit a second example. But speed is of the essence here. Otherwise the Highlanders will be on our neck again. Woe to you, you murderers of my people! Fungar will now become the king of all devils over you. You will be treated with a cruelty that will make the worst and most evil Satan shudder. 1,000-fold curse upon you, earth, and all creatures on your soil. I will give you the death blow. Now arise and form an army, a most terrible army. Upon this speech, Graz became frightened and could not speak. But Fungar Helen hurried away, launching at once the greatest mobilization and recruitment campaign. And within 1 month already, a fully operational army of 4 million men and more was ready in and around Hanoch. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 324. A New Army. Warning. So too also the Highlanders set up a new powerful army of over 2 million men, and consulted with their 10 princes as how they should chastise Hanoch again. And Mahal, who now was most hospitably accommodated by the 10 princes, together with his family, said, "Friends, your numbers have now been reduced by a more accurate count of nearly 3 million, and you now have a lot of space in this great mountain land, which brings forth bread for all of you in abundance. Let therefore go of Hanoch. I know quite well that they are preparing for a mighty struggle with you, and setting up an army of 4 million. But this should not bother you in the least. For if you do not go down to them, they will not come up to you for all times of times. For they are clever enough to realize that 100 below are no match for 10 on a rock. Therefore you are perfectly safe here, because firstly the Hanochites, even if their numbers were still greater, never dared to penetrate up to here. And secondly, they are no longer able to do this, because except for the places where you may have built the ways down, there is nowhere an ascent possible, except over the sacred heights of my brother Noah. But there the Hanochites will have to avoid the ascent everywhere, for in the desert where the battle took place, the plague will meet them many hours before getting there, and will kill them all very badly. And as such, this place will be impassable for the next 20 years for neither them nor you. But concerning the sacred heights where my brother lives, it falls under the almighty protection of God, and to march against him will certainly be a most futile effort. Therefore, keep this advice, and you will do well." When the 10 princes heard this advice, they considered it and then said, "You have spoken well. But do you think that Fungar Helen's wrath will leave us in peace? Or will he, who has a most terrifying, adventurous spirit, not do everything possible to gain access to the heights on 1,000 other points? And perhaps has achieved more than 100 to date already? And if he comes into our land, what then about us?" And Mahal said, "Let it go. I told you at the outset what my brother Noah does. Surely, before Fungar has completed constructing his 100 towers, Noah will have completed his water home. But when this is done, then neither the towers nor the mountains will be of any benefit to Fungar Helen, because then the Lord will move in battle against all the world, and will not spare any creature, because of the great wickedness of man." The 10 princes were deep in thought about this speech of Mahal, and for 3 days said nothing. But they nevertheless heeded the advice. Chapter 325. Farewell Conversations. But when Fungar Helen had the new large army organized in the depths, and had sent a large number of builders who, at the vertically excavated mountain walls, had to construct high towers with wide staircases, he again went to King Gurat and found him to be very sad, and asked him the reason for his sadness. And the king answered and said, "Oh, dear friend, when I consider that we no longer can call the man of God our ally, I am overwhelmed by a great sadness. And your first exclamation, 'We are lost,' which you said to me when coming to me after your unfortunate campaign, appears ever more alive in my soul. For behold, what use would all our precautions have been to us when Hanoch at the helm of the underpriests had conspired against us, if the wisdom of Mahal would not have guided us? But now that you at some point or somewhere has cruelly acted against his counsel, he now has left you and went over to the Highland princes and will be their leader. Wherever you will undertake something against these princes, his great wisdom will see through you from a great distance and will know how to neutralize any of your plans and to conquer and to destroy us, as you have done it at his side with all the temples, to what all your power would have been of little help if the power of the man of God would not have been with you. Therefore I am also now most certain and convinced that your 100-tower construction project will benefit us very little, nor the new immense army which cost us 25,000 pounds of gold daily, but never will bring us only one weak silver coin of benefit. Oh, if it could be possible that Mahal and his children would become our friends again, we would be able to walk safely within our walls. But without him it will soon become very dangerous to walk the streets and alleys of our city, since we are all blind and cannot see where an abyss awaits us." When Fungar Helen heard this from Gurat, he became very thoughtful and did not know what to say to the king. Only after a while did he speak. "My king and my friend, you are right, and there is nothing to be said against it. But once we are exposed, it is better to do something for our safety than to celebrate for nothing at all. I have indeed sworn the highest revenge on the princes, thus also on Mahal. But since my anger has subsided somewhat, I do not want to take the oath too seriously. But we must nevertheless be armed at all times, as we are not safe from a powerful attack by the Highland peoples for an hour. Mahal's wisdom or not, we still need to ensure our safety as much as possible, if we do not want to expect our downfall in every moment. By the way, should Mahal come here now, I will accept him just as kindly as he was welcomed earlier in this castle. And I think no one can do more for him. But in what manner could he come back to us? he will not be able to walk across the battlefield. Therefore, the construction of my towers should proceed as swiftly as possible, so that we can send a messenger to Mahal to bring him back to our walls, should he still be alive. With these words, Gurat was satisfied and recommended to the general the construction of at least one tower at the vertically excavated mountain wall. And Fungar Helen did this with all diligence, and within 30 days, one tower stood fully completed against the wall. Chapter 326. A Peace Deputation. When the tower was built at the main access point into the highlands, and this in such a gigantic manner that its stairs could easily carry camels and donkeys, General Fungar Helen and King Gurat assembled a strong, well-versed delegation and sent them to the highlands to look for Mahal and bring him back to Hanoch. Within a few days, the delegation was put together, clothed in white garments of peace, and then sent to the highlands. After a 5-day trip on camels, calculated at 40 hours' travel per day, which such an animal could easily accomplish, the delegation reached the highlands, where they were immediately arrested by the guards and brought before the 10 princes. When the delegation was brought as prisoners before the 10 princes, one of the princes asked them what had motivated them to seek their downfall on the heights. And one of the main speakers of the deputation said, "Elated, wise leaders of your people, not even a remotely evil intention has led us here at great expense, but only the best and most peaceful sense was our guide. You have defeated our army, and as winners have claimed the big battleground. Therefore, you also have the greatest martial right to demand from us the victory tax. But we also know that you too have suffered a strong defeat, and might therefore hardly have the courage to demand your fee from us, since you, based on your deepest wisdom, might judge and assess that we still have an armed force of almost 5 million soldiers in reserve. Therefore, we have been sent by our king to you, to ask you on his behalf what you would first demand from him as a victory tax, so that he could give it to you immediately. And secondly, he asks you for peace and friendship, to which purpose he is now building 100 connection towers to reopen once and for all the trade relations with Hanoch. That is the reason of our mission, which is completely true, to which we have an added commission for Mahal, should he still be alive, and if he still are in your midst." When the princes had heard this from the deputation, they asked the delegates by which means could they undoubtedly prove the truth of their statement. And the deputies said, "If Mahal is still among you, call him before us. He will give you the testimony." When the 10 princes had heard this, they at once sent for Mahal. Chapter 327. Mahal's earnest words. When Mahal entered the council chamber, the deputies were frightened by his serious face, and none of them dared to let a word pass his lips. When the whole assembly stood there in silence for a while, Mahal asked them, "Why have you called me? Am I like a strange animal which is led around in chains by a tamer, and be gaped at for some pieces of metal? Speak! Why have I been summoned here?" After this questioning prompt, one of the 10 princes said, "Man of God, see, these have been sent here from the depths, and have given us such and such a reason for their mission. Oh, tell us if we can believe them or not." And Mahal said, "Yes, you can believe their testimony, because it is so. Except for that, the offering of the war tax was not the actual main reason of their mission. But the main reason of all that is me. King Gurat and his general Fungo Helen would like to have me back at their court, and these deputies are to persuade me to do so. But they, like their masters, do not know that Mahal can never be moved by men, but only by God. So tell your rulers that I will only go to them again when the Lord God summons me. But also tell them that I will be very careful in the name of the Lord to see how they keep their double offer to the 10 princes." When Mahal had spoken these words to the delegates, he turned back to the 10 princes and said to them, "Let these messengers go away again in peace, because they have offered you peace. But take great care that their offer is fulfilled in a given period of time. For if anyone gives his word to someone, he must comply with it within the specified term. Otherwise he is a hypocrite and political speaker only, who makes a promise, but since he does not specify a time limit in which he must keep the promise, his promise is as good as an utter lie, because he can extend the fulfillment of his promise to infinity, and can do something only in 1,000 or 10,000 years, which he otherwise had to fulfill in a specified time frame. Therefore, it is not good enough to say, 'I will do that,' but one should say, 'I will do so and so today or tomorrow or in 1 year, if the Lord keeps me alive for that particular time to fulfill my promise.' Therefore also demand this from these messengers, and as I said before, let them go in peace." The 10 princes saw the importance of this condition, and gave the messengers a period of 3 months, and let them go completely unhindered. but immediately reinforced the guards at the main ascent. Chapter 328. Embarrassment. A failed mission. When the delegation arrived back in Hanoch and informed Gurat and Fungar Helen about the outcome of their mission, both lords of Hanoch initially made sour faces about it. But Gurat, after a while, said to the general, "Yes, what should we do? Here it means to bite the bullet and nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. In 1 month, we have to come up with 100,000 bushels of wheat, as much grain and equally as much barley, and then 20,000 camels, 40,000 oxen, and 2 times 100,000 sheep. Otherwise, we are completely lost against the Highlanders. The only question remains, from where are we going to obtain within such a short time such a great mass of all this? From where? From where? If we do not want to start a war with our own people, yes, a real predatory war." Fungar Helen, scratching himself strongly behind the ears, said, "Friend and brother, as it seems to me, we are as good as lost. I am now of the opinion to let Mahal sit on the heights and let us remain at home with the war tax. If the Highlanders had demanded gold and silver, we could have given it to them easily by tenfold, since we have so much of it that we could cover all of Hanoch with it. But grain, in these already very lean years, and so many of the oxen, camels, and sheep, and all this, as already said, in this lean years, is not possible, and all at once, certainly never." If the Highlanders would have given us a period of 10 years, the matter would probably still be feasible. But, friend, in 1 moon? It is the purest impossibility of the world. Let us therefore send up another delegation to negotiate a 10-year tax repayment period. If the 10 princes agree to it, we want to keep our word. Otherwise, they should do what they want. Gurat was content with this proposal. A new delegation was summoned and ordered to the heights, but unfortunately without effect, because the 10 princes insisted on their demand and would not lessen their demand by 1 coin. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 329. Anger, Revenge. When this second deputation returned to Hanoch without achieving their goal, and informed the king and Fungar Helen about the fruitless outcome of their journey, both were unanimously infuriated and took the firm decision to not deliver 1 coin in value as a war tax to the Highlanders. And Fungar Helen said, "Thus they should come and get it themselves." But if they are coming, we want to receive them in the right way. We know, however, that we are descendants of Seth, and that the slave people of the highlands are derived only from the rejected Cain. Should our strength be so shrunken that we are not able to master these haughty slaves? For the time being, we will be no fools any more, to look for them with our army in the mountains, but we will know how to lure them down to us. And if they will be coming, then woe to them. They should taste our righteous wrath. Do you know, friend Gurat, what we are going to do now? We will send another delegation up, namely with the following political message. Under pretense, we will give the whole empire of Hanoch into their hands, and this under the pretext that due to such a huge demand, we could no longer govern and are, therefore, at a loss. Because without violence, such enormous demand of crops and livestock could impossibly be gathered in our own kingdom in such a short period of time. And if such violence is exercised against our own citizens, then the whole empire will rise up against us, and with its great superiority, destroy us entirely. Since we had calculated this well, we would prefer to hand over the whole kingdom to them in peace, in return for a good livelihood, because we had grown tired of ruling and preferred peace and quiet to a busy life. As a sign of truth, the deputies should immediately take the keys and some counterfeit crowns from Hanoch and hand them over to the 10. But at the same time invite them to move to Hanoch and take over everything as it stands. What do you think? Isn't my idea a good one? And Gurat said, "Dear friend, just remember that Mahal is among the 10, and therefore any ploy is futile. But I think we should do now nothing of the kind, and wait until they begin to negotiate with us. Then we launch a terrible offensive and destroy everything that is approaching us. But in the meantime, however, instead of the 100 ascending towers, let us dig 100 tunnels, each 1,000 klafter deep into the mountains of the highlands, and load each such shaft with 10,000 pounds of explosive grains, and ignite them. And this will cause a fairly strong confusion among the haughty Highlanders. What has to happen further, the outcome will teach us." Funga agreed to this, and at once began executing Gurat's advice. Chapter 330. Fruitless Counsel. The 10 princes in the highlands also summoned a council meeting to consider what they should do, should the Hanochites not keep their word. The council lasted longer than 3 months, but no final decision could be reached in this matter. But they erred, since they did not consult Mahal. And the reason for this was that they thought Mahal might still be secretly involved with the Hanochites, and could afterward also give some advice to them, by which they could be delivered into the hands of the Hanochites. This suspicion against Mahal arose from his very mild handling of the delegation from Hanoch, as they rather expected from him to sentence these messengers to death. However, Mahal realized this and became very displeased thereat. When the 10 princes, after their 3-month consultation, did not deliver any pointed decision, they called upon Mahal, who lived in a small mountain town in a completely secluded house all by himself, and asked him what they should undertake against the Hanochites, since they did not keep their word, and that from the promised war tax nothing has arrived as yet. Mahal said, "My dear friends, I am sorry in my heart that you came so late to me, because my advice can be of no use to you any more. Would you have rather at the beginning of your empty meeting, which lasted for 3 months in vain, have asked me for the right advice? I would have given you the right advice. But now it is too late. Because during your meeting, the very active Hanochites have gained exactly the right time and were able to dig quite undeterred 100 very favourable points, about 1,000 clafted deep shafts, and have loaded each already with 10,000 pounds of the strongest explosive grains. And still today, all of these mines will be detonated, whereby your country will be very badly damaged at 100 locations. And you will therefore have to flee if you want to escape the vengeance of the Hanochites. Flee, therefore, rather immediately, because tomorrow it may be already too late." And when the 10 princes had heard this from Mahal, they laughed and said, "Friend, if there is nothing else, we can quite calmly remain here, because we know exactly the effect of the explosive grains, and how deep one can dig in 3 months into the earth. See, if they have penetrated only 40 fathoms deep into the rock in 3 months, they have performed a miracle, let alone 1,000 klafter. Therefore, we are quite calm." Here, the 10 princes laughed again and left Mahal. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 331. Admonition, corruption, departure. But Mahal's children asked their father what they have to do if the Hanochites would perform such a violent coup against the Highlanders. And the father Mahal said to his children, "My children, trust in God, and be perfectly calm, because we are safe and secure everywhere on God's earth, as long as God the Lord is with us. But if we have forfeited His grace and mercy and love, then everything which is called being or subject will pursue us and meet us in hostility. Not even our shadow can we trust, that it will not betray us to all kinds of enemies. Therefore, we want to hold even firmer onto God, so that we may indeed walk safely on the earth of God. But I say to you now, my dear children, as I now see it in my spirit, the way things are now standing on this earth, it cannot last longer than 10 years. Every man is against his neighbour. One nation marches against the other. Each one wants to rule in his own sphere, and does not respect any governing body and no king. Thus, throughout the empire of Hanoch, there are many independent lords, and the king trembles before the citizens of his city. And all his vassals and all the governors in the outer cities are completely arbitrary lords and do whatever they want. They demand immoderate taxes from farmers, but the king and his generals do not know one syllable about it. The foreign vassals have become completely independent lords, fight wars among each other, so that for a long time already, no day goes by without bloodshed. Here and there are popular uprisings again. There is robbery, plundering and murder, and everyone who has been at the head of any such uprising wants to remain dictator afterwards. And if he has remained that, he then becomes much worse than the former tyrants and despots were. In a particular evil manner, the emigrant children of the heights are carrying on in secret for many years already with the children of the depths. For a long time already, they are considered no longer to be persons, but purely rational animals, and treated accordingly. And no one wants to be led, pulled and punished by the Spirit of God any more. Since the infernal invention of the explosive grains, the earth drill, and the rock softening acid, no mountain is safe from the destructive rage of the people. Say, can God keep watching such raging infuriation, beating, killing, destruction, lies, hypocrisy, cheating, and stealing and robbing, and every kind of fornication any longer? And the children were terrified about this description of circumstances in the world. But Mahal said, "Let us leave this place under cover of darkness and go to Noah on the heights, for from now on there is nowhere else to stay for us." Thereupon Mahal gathered all his belongings and at once went with all his children to Noah on the heights. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 332. At Noah. Within 10 days, Mahal arrived at the still hallowed heights of Noah, who met him quite a long distance in advance. When the two elderly brothers met, they embraced each other, and both were overjoyed to see each other again. And Noah immediately asked Mahal what is happening in the lowlands and empires, whether they turn to the Lord, or ever more so to the world. And Mahal said, "O brother, the utter impiousness of all the nations which I now have come to know completely on my extensive travels is indeed the main reason why I am here now. I was still full of the best hopes that I, through the grace of God, would succeed to win the people through their kings and princes over for God. But 10 days ago the Lord made me clearly see the circumstances of humanity on earth, and therefore made me clearly recognize that the people can neither by miracles nor by whatever other means be brought back again, because they are so utterly turned to the world that all spirit in them has gone under. But where no spirit prevails in man, how could he absorb any spiritual and divine in himself? If only a few people would be involved, it could be thought that it would be possible to convert those. But what can one man do against so many millions of the most stubborn, ungodly people? They are listening to you for some time, but soon they completely indifferently turn their backs on you. If all goes well, you are either laughed at and even compassionately bewailed as a fool, but if it only goes a little worse, you are flogged, imprisoned, and even killed. For I tell you, a human life is considered in the depths, like here, the life of a gnat. Oh, brother, I shudder if I now think about the depths. Verily, in hell, which we know for a long time already, as it is almost better. When Noah heard this description from his brother Mahal, he sighed deeply and said, "Thus it is really as the Lord has shown it to me in the Spirit. Oh, you world! You world! Why don't you want to be punished by the so gentle Spirit of God, and rather prefer your judgment, your eternal destruction?" From this point on, both brothers went completely silent on the top of the heights where Adam once dwelt, and wept together over the so wonderfully created earth. And Mahal soon noticed the almost completed large water ark, and was very surprised how this had progressed in such a short time to such perfection. Chapter 333. The Ark. God's Patience. But when Mahal had a closer look at the in and outside of the ark, he said to Noah, "Brother, tell me precisely how the Lord has commanded you to build this rare construction." "I also know something, but not comprehensively, and therefore the matter is not very clear to me. Thus explain it to me in detail, so that I also know what I have to do at that time." And Noah said to Mahal, "Brother, you know the time when the people on earth began to multiply since the days of Lamech, and later procreated very beautiful daughters. And you know how God's children on the heights realized this, and soon began to leave the holy heights and migrated to the lowlands of the earth, and how they took the daughters of the people as it pleased them, and procreated children with them. As therefore the heights of God, which he had blessed so extensively and dearly for his children, was almost entirely void of people. For even husbands abandoned their wives and moved to the depths to take the daughters of the people as wives. Whereupon soon many abandoned wives followed them to the lowlands and married the sons of the earth. Behold, soon thereafter the Lord said to me, Noah, behold, the people no longer want to be punished by my Spirit, because they have become pure flesh. I nevertheless will give them a deadline of 120 years. When the Lord had spoken those words to me, you were present. And you also know what we have done for 100 firm years, according to the will of God, to convert the children of God, who have become most common earth people. And all this without any lasting success. For the children of God procreated with the daughters of the people, powerful and famous people. These became masters of all sorts of evil things before God, and became hard tyrants against the children of the world, and also warred against each other for domineering reasons. And under such circumstances 100 years and more went by. But when the Lord saw that the people not only did not convert upon his daily exhortations of all kinds and manners, but became even more evil and more powerful, and how all their thoughts and endeavours became forever more evil, behold, he then repented that he had created man on earth, and he was very grieved in his heart about it. And see, at this time, about 2 times 7 years ago, the Lord spoke to me again. Noah, listen. I want to erase the people from earth, whom I have made, beginning with man to beast, to worms, and to the fowls under the heaven. For I regret that I have created them on this earth. But I, Noah, nevertheless found mercy before God, and he did not count me as one of the people of the earth who have become evil. And behold, at that time God again looked at the earth, but it was corrupt before his eyes, and was filled with violence. God nevertheless sent messengers to the corrupt people, and wanted to have mercy on them. But the messengers were talking to deaf ears, and were regarded as very ordinary people. They were left alone and were completely ignored. Thereupon, after a very short while, the Lord looked to the earth and said to me, Noah, listen. All my endeavours and love is in vain. The end of all flesh has come before me. For the earth is filled with the evilness of the people. And now, behold, I will destroy them all with the earth. And see, around that time, I also had, as you know, logged the trees to build the box, which is now standing there before us completed, except for one small thing. But if you also want to know the building plans in detail, I will tell you according to the Lord's own words. And Mahal asked Noah about it, and Noah said to Mahal, First, come into my house, and let us strengthen ourselves in the name of the Lord. Then I will reveal the building plans of this box to you." And Mahal did according to Noah's wish. Chapter 334. The Plan. Mahal's Sorrow. When Noah, with his brother Mahal and his children, and with his own wife and their own children, had strengthened the body, he said to Mahal, "Well, brother Mahal, if you want to listen to me, I will explain to you the building plans of God for this big box." And Mahal asked him for it, saying, "Yes, my dearest brother, do that. I once again ask you for it, so that I can learn from it what I will have to do for me." When Mahal had spoken these words, Noah said to Mahal, "Very well then, thus listen. But I beg you to not become annoyed, for then you would have to blame yourself if your anger will consume you." And Mahal assured Noah that he will never get angry, even if the Lord would hurl a burning thorn bush onto his bare back. Then Noah said, "Thus listen. For soon afterwards the Lord God Sabaoth spoke to me when the logged pine wood had been trimmed. 'Noah, make me an ark of the pine wood, and make chambers in it, and seal it with pitch from the inside and the outside. But make the box as follows: 300 L in length, 50 L wide, and a height of 30 L. L equals half a fathom, equals about 95 centimeters. You should only give it one window, namely on top of the roof, and it should be 1 L in size, equal in length and width, provided with a little door as window, which can lock tight and is made from planks. You shall place the entrance gate in the middle of the box's side. But the box itself shall be divided from bottom to top in 3 levels by 3 floors, so that the whole box will have one at the bottom, one in the middle, and one at the top as the 3rd level for man and his needs. I, Noah, penetrated further into the will of the Lord, asking what is the use of such a box. And the Lord spoke again to me, "Noah, behold, I want to bring a powerful flood of water over the sin on earth, to destroy all flesh in which there is a living breath under the heaven, and everything on earth will perish. But with you I will make a covenant. You should go into the ark with your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives. In addition, however, you should also put all kinds of animals of all flesh into the ark. From each one a pair, a male and a female, so that they may stay alive with you. Of the birds after its kind, of the beasts on earth after its kind, and of every worm of the earth after its kind, 1 pair each should go with you into the ark, so that they can stay alive. Thus you also should take all kinds of food with you that you can eat, and which you should gather it in the right quantities, so that it serve you and the animals as food. I fell before the Lord on my face and cried and begged him, Lord, how should I, a weak person, do all this alone? Where should I catch all the animals, and where to find the right food for them? Where should I get for all the carnivores the meat, and where the grass for all the large grass-eaters, and where the to me unknown food for all the insects? How long, O Lord, will it take me to finish the big box? And the Lord said, Noah, do not worry, but just put your hand to work, and I will help you, so that you should not feel the hardness of the work. And see, brother, I immediately put my hands to work, and everything happened miraculously by itself. And I had with my few helpers an easy task. The box grew from day to day mightily, and is now finished except for the little window door on the roof. Thus was the building plan, and so is now also the completed work. When Mahal heard this, he was sad beyond measure, because he did not hear that also he was allowed to go into the box. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 335. Admonition, blindness and strife. But Noah very soon noted the great inner sadness of his brother Mahal, as well as his children, for they were all deeply shocked when they heard that only Noah and his family had found grace before God. Therefore Noah said to Mahal, Brother, why have you become sad now? Did you not previously give me your word that you would not get angry, even if the Lord would hurl a burning thorn bush on your bare back? Oh, brother, how do you keep your so highly placed word to me? Do you not know how good the Lord is? And do you not know his endless patience and his eternal, unlimited mercy? Tell me, when did the Lord ever not listen to someone if he repentantly turned in the true love of his heart to him like a true child to his only right and true Father? You do likewise, and you will certainly not need to be sad. Thereupon Mahal exhorted himself and said to Noah, O brother, show me a sin which I have ever committed against God the Lord, and I want to mourn and weep thereat for my whole life, and beg for forgiveness and mercy. Am I not as pure as you are? Why does the Lord want to judge me? What did I do wrong before his eyes, that he deny me going into the box? That I wanted to find my children in the depths, where the Lord himself had sent Walter down. But when he got there, he let him go so that he fell and perished. Brother, was this my fault? When have I sinned before, and when afterwards, that the Lord had to struck me like that? But you said the Lord have regretted it to have created human beings. If so, what then is man on earth? Behold, I tell you, he is a sin of God. But I thought that God was not capable of sin, but that the Lord has acted so faithlessly against me, the ever-righteous, and thus has shamefully sinned against me. I now believe that even God can sin. For without sin, there can be no repentance. But who says, I repent, has sinned. Thus I say, God cannot accuse me of any sin. But I want to show him his sin against me, the always righteous. Noah was shocked when he heard these words from Mahal. But Mahal rose angrily and went with his children to the full height. Chapter 336. On the full height. When Mahal with his 4 children arrived on the full height in his anger against God, his son Kisarel came to him and said, Father, tell us your children, tell us, if that what you have said to Noah, did you really mean it? For look, I cannot understand how you can accuse God of a sin against you. How is this possible? God? A sinner? Against whom and for what? Against us? Against his other creatures? Or even, perhaps, against himself? But how can this even possibly be thought, where God himself is indeed the foundational law in all things, just as he is the primordial cause in everything himself? Oh, Father, just remember that God is all-powerful from eternity, but we are only impotent worms of dust against him. Can he not destroy us all of a sudden if we act contrary to his order? And Mahal said to his son, You speak as you understand it. Do you not know what God is planning to do? See, he wants, and shall not later than within 5 to 6 years, put the whole earth under water by flooding with waters from the firmament. And everything will die in these floods. Only Noah alone will remain with his family and with the animals in his ark. Say, would it not be better if God had awakened wise teachers equipped with some miraculous powers among the people, who could guide the human race towards him, than to kill so many millions with one blow? Who is to blame otherwise, if the people forget God, than God himself? It pleases him to reveal himself to a number of people once every 1,000 years. But the others, he don't care. But if they are not to his liking, he then immediately judges all equally, those who know and those who don't know, the taught as well as the untaught. Thus, within 6 years, the blind as well as those who can see will be drowned. Why so? Because they know little or nothing of God? For they never had the good fortune to hear something from Him. But also we will be drowned, even if we know God perfectly well. And the reason for it is that it pleases God. If we were stones, He could do with us what He wanted, rightly. But He created us as free beings. And now He wants to destroy us in the freedom which He Himself has given to us. And see, that is a sin of God against us. Or we ourselves are, as a mistake, thus a sin of His wisdom and power. Do you now understand God's sin against us? Next time, what follows? Chapter 337. Righteousness. Arrogance. However, Noah soon also went to the full height and found his brother and his beautiful children looking at each other in great distraught. And he went to Mahal and said to him, "Listen to me, brother. Behold, you have accused God of a sin against you, because you thought of yourself as the most righteous man on the face of the earth. And the reason for this is that your conscience certainly must tell you that you have never sinned before God. For you always very strictly have fulfilled His command in all its parts. But behold, this your very purity of conscience created in you a certain triumphal sense, and thereby a high level of satisfaction with yourself, according to which you often asked yourself, can God Himself have lived more purely and righteously in His order from all eternity than I have in this my time? And then your triumphant, most pure conscience always answered you, no, God in His own conjunction could never have been more pure than I am in my relationship as a man to God, and therefore also to man. See, brother, this triumph of justice is to God the Lord even less pleasant than any law-opposing act as sin itself. For this is the very haughtiness in its own basic roots, which must be erased from man if he would try to be something before God. But not only this your righteousness haughtiness has made you in the Lord's eyes austere, but even more so the following resulting wisdom which says, since I am already as pure and righteous as God Himself, but still not be allowed to be holy, because the holiness of God is inviolable, I will nevertheless, with my limited powers in my human relationship, act more perfect than God Himself. That God, in His actions, always first act imperfectly, and then, only after some failures, achieves some perfection, I have learned from all His creation. For nowhere in the whole world is something perfect. No thing is entirely without blemish. Even the sun itself is not completely pure. And the moon is imperfect in all its appearance, and imperfect the light of the stars. Therefore I want, and I can, in my sphere as a human being, surpass God with each of my actions. For I want to manifest each of my actions in such a way that they should immediately appear as perfect, and should not need any repairs afterwards. But if the imperfect matter created by God does not allow the utter perfect completion of a work, it shall nevertheless appear in my thoughts and desires as perfectly completed. But what could be found as imperfect in my real works, as a result of the imperfect matter created by God? For that, the Creator will have to carry the blame. Now you see, my brother. In this way, the Lord was already for quite a long time regarded by you as a sinner against you. And that was the evil seed in you, which has now grown into a loud and bitter fruit. For now you blame God loudly of a sin against you. Do you think that such an accusation is no sin before God? Or do you think that God need to go to your school to become a perfect God? Oh, brother, consider this your big misapprehension. Recognize it as a grossest sin, and regret it. And the Lord will not close the ark for you during the time of judgment and suffering. But Mahal said, Brother, with you I have nothing to argue and to arbitrate, for I have always lived with you as a true brother, and have never compromised your tribe leadership with a single syllable. My case is with God. I have challenged Him with His holiness, so that I can argue with Him according to my actions. He must prove to me when I have sinned before His countenance. Here a mighty storm arose, and the Lord appeared visibly on the full height before Mahal and Noah. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 338. Conversation with God. They were all mightily frightened when the Lord appeared among them after the storm, recognizing Him as the Lord immediately. And even Noah himself had a great fear. And the Lord said to Noah, Noah, do not fear me, for I have not come to judge you nor anybody else. But since your brother Mahal has demanded of me to appear before the judgment seat of his wisdom, and demands accountability for my sin against his righteousness, I had to come to save my honor before you and your children, as well as before Mahal's children. And thus let us talk to Mahal. Here the Lord turned to Mahal and said to him, Mahal, my son, since I am supposed to have sinned against your righteousness, then show me such a sin, as well as the one against all the people on earth. And I am quite ready now to redeem my sin against you 1,000 times. Thus speak, my son Mahal. Here Mahal got up and in great seriousness stood opposite the Lord and said, Lord, speak! Why do you regret it to have created man? You have known since eternity what will become of man. Who forced you to burden yourself to sin with man? Would it not have been endlessly better for us, the people you created, if we had never come into an independent existence out of you? And also not better for you, since then it would be not necessary for you to say, I regret it. What else can you regret other than a sin committed to yourself by the imperfect creation of man, which is therefore also a sin against us humans, and especially a sin against me, who can stand freely opposite you with every moment of my life, and may ask you, Lord, show me the moment in my life, starting from childhood, that I have sinned against your order, and I want to be cursed by you, as you once have cursed the serpent. But if you can show me no sin, then give me the reason why you want to judge me, and why not also my brother. And the Lord said, O Mahal, how terribly dark it must look in you, that you speak to me in a way that no being has ever spoken before. Tell me, how could man be thought of as more perfect than when he is so liberated from my omnipotence that he can judge his own created order with me, his eternally omnipotent creator, like a second God? That he is his own judge and can sin against my order, in which the whole of infinity is otherwise eternally judged. Here Mahal was silent, for he saw the incomprehensible perfection of man in its most free state. And the Lord spoke again. Do you think that my regret is like that of a man who has sinned? Oh, behold! Also there you are completely wrong. My regret is just a pain in my love, which must watch how the so supremely perfectly created man judges and destroys himself. Do you think I have ever conceived a plan to judge and destroy a person? See, I do always just the opposite. But to not judge humanity in my omnipotence, I unfortunately have to allow it now that man himself will open the sluices of the earth by force, from which will emerge mighty floods, and will drown everything that breathes in this largest residential areas on earth. For a long time already I knew that this was coming, and therefore I have always warned the people. But now they even have undertaken a war against me, and want to destroy the whole earth with their explosive grains, as they are now blowing up one mountain after the other. And that is their own judgment. See, underneath the mountains there are large water basins containing more than 3 million cubic miles of water. But this water will break out and will climb over the high mountains of these residential regions, and will also wrap the globe in vapour, out of which it will rain violently. Oh, tell me, did I not do the right thing by having this box built by the only still obedient Noah, to at least save his life, if then no one else wants to listen to me? And now you tell me, when have I forbidden you to make use of the box? Then I will speak again. And Mahal was silent again. But the Lord continued as follows. Chapter 339. Clear and gentle answers. And thus spoke the Lord. Behold, you, my son Mahal, who have severely challenged me, you are now silent and do not like to talk and argue with me about my sin against you, as well as the entire human race. But if you have nothing to say or to argue about, then how can I compensate you? Yet I say to you, present to me what you do not like about my creation, and I want to change it in an instant. You only have to prove to me thoroughly that there really do exist something bad and reprehensible in my creation. Speak, and I will immediately comply. Here Mahal thought for a while, then straightened up and said to the Lord, Lord, do you regard someone as wise, who created a very artful work with the greatest and most suitable functionality? But once it reaches the highest level of perfection, he breaks it apart and throws it into a pit, where it rots and perishes. And the Lord said, if a master does it without a reason, he would be obviously a fool and worth to be damned. If, however, the master does it to achieve a higher holy purpose, which cannot be reached without a, to you, seemingly foolish and unwise process, he certainly does well if he destroys such artful work and throws it into a pit to decay. For he indeed achieved thereby a higher and sacred purpose. Behold, a seed is certainly also a highly artistic work, both in its construction and in the substantial parts of which it is composed. But do you find it unwise that it should first decay in the earth, so that it may then arise again 100-fold from this decay? But if the wise master of things has already made such an arrangement in the case of a common seed, do Do you think that he will have set aside this arrangement in its highest perfection in the case of man, and will plunge this endlessly most perfect work into the pit of decay merely to satisfy his whim? O Mahal, how blind must you be if you see in me such a foolish a master? Does your own feeling not tell you that you want to live forever and want to behold more deeply my endlessly many works? Do you think that you would have this feeling if you would have been created for a temporal existence only? Truly, let me, your Creator, tell you, you would only have a temporal and not an eternal life drive. However, since you have an eternal life drive in you and can look into infinity, you already carry the living proof in you that you will not rot in a pit to perish as a most perfected work of my hand. But precisely through this, to you seeming unwise means, you will be able to reach in abundance and highest perfection what you in this preparatory work feel and forever lively desire. See, the earth is a body from which much is born, and you do not know how what happens happens. Thus your physical body must be placed back into the earth, so that your spiritual, indestructible body should arise freely in fullness into eternal life. But that the matter is like this, you have already experienced the most manifold proofs of in your life, in that you have already spoken to many whose bodies have also been laid in the earth. I therefore think that the reproach you have made to me is unfounded. Therefore proceed to another, for with this you will not force me to pay any compensation. When Mahal heard these words from the Lord, he was convinced that the Lord has acted perfectly on this point. But he then thought of Satan and said to the Lord, Lord, I see that, according to your eternally true words, the institution with your works is good, in that you can surely achieve the highest purposes with your works only in this way. But if therefore everything good and perfect has proceeded from you, and there is nothing apart from you in all of infinity, and everything that is there must therefore be equally good and perfect for you, oh, say, whose origin is Satan and his unlimited wickedness? Where does he get that with which he has now incited all men against you, so that they despise you and, if it were possible, would like to destroy you yourself with all your works? Oh, tell me, who is Satan's creator and master craftsman? And the Lord said, Oh, you blind advocate of the blind rights of your selfishness! What are you talking about? Have you forgotten how perfectly I have created man? That he can do what he wants, apart from my omnipotence, like a second God, according to an order freely set by him. Do you think that Satan, as a free being, should be more imperfect than you? If you can do what you want to me without taking my order into account, should that be impossible for the free spirit? Must I not let you act as you want, if I do not want you be judged by my omnipotence? But if so, then you tell me how I should have created the first spirit, so that he should act according to your opinion in my order, yet still have a perfectly free will. Or does the perfection of beings not consist therein that they freely can do what they want, regardless of whether it is according to or against my order? Here Mahal was silent again, and did not know what he should say further. But the Lord kept on speaking as follows. Chapter 340. Continued Conversation. And the Lord said, Mahal, my son, have you still something against me? Then speak, and I will answer you in love and fairness. For I still see some anger against me in your heart. This has to leave you if you expect salvation from me. For a spirit who is still cross with his God and Creator can never make peace with him. And thus you can speak now. And Mahal said, Lord, have I ever committed a sin against your order? See, you, like all your heavens and this your earth, must give me witness that I have never sinned through my whole 490 years of life. Not against you, nor against an angel, nor against humans and animals, and not even against a stone. The fact that I moved to the depths because of my children, I regarded as my bitterest duty. For I saw in my spirit what was happening to my son Walter, and afterwards also with this my daughter Agla, who followed her brother. See, you demanded Walter, and he went down. But when he arrived in the lowlands, you let him down, and his sister who followed him without your and my instructions, you allowed her to sink to the lowest hell. And about all this you did not care, which I knew from my spirit. It was then surely the most bitter duty for me, an old man, to make the long journey to Hanoch, to, if possible, save my children. I had often asked you to protect my children, but you would not listen to my request, and in a sense forced me to go down. I went, and even though abandoned by you, I found my children. Walter dead, and Agla in hell. I did not grumble against you, but always praised and glorified your most holy name in word and deed. But now, while during my great misery in the depths, my brother built the box according to your advice to preserve life, you abandoned me like a worst sinner, and let me perish like a vile earthworm. I now ask you, according to which right are you doing this, and by what order? Say now what you want. No matter what. This is how it is, and not otherwise. Even if you say now, when have I said that you were not allowed to make use of the box at the time of distress, while I already called Noah? Such an excuse will nevertheless have no value before me, for you thereby have me judged, that you have not called me like Noah. And such your silence towards me was also a word that blocked my entrance into the box, and thus had me judged and condemned to death. And see, Lord, this is the real sin on your part against me, because I have never sinned against you. But now I say to you, from now on I will sin against you, so that you may have a reason to bar me from the box and destroy me with my 4 children. For from now on I will never call out to you, Lord, save me, but Lord, destroy me. Here the Lord's face was saddened, and the Lord said to Mahal, "Oh, son, because I loved you so much, I wanted to bring you up on this earth to be a prince of my heavens. But in my too great love, you saw only neglect on my part. Oh, how blind your own righteousness has made you! But so that you can see that I had this box not only prepared for Noah, but for everyone. From this hour on, angels from heaven will walk among the people, as people, and warn them of sins, and invite them to go into the box in time of need. Likewise you should now also see and speak to your son Walter, and he will give you testimony of me, and tell you whether I have deserted him, as you earlier on accused me of." Here the Lord looked up, and at that moment many thousands of angels were standing on the full height, and likewise also Walter was standing brightly shining among them. And he went to Mahal and comforted him, and bore witness to the endless goodness, love, gentleness, patience, and mercy of God. But Mahal asked Walter whether he was really Walter and lives as such. And Walter gave proof to Mahal of the fullest authenticity of his being. Only then did Mahal begin to see the Lord in a different light. But the Lord disappeared now, so that Mahal would not be judged. But the angels and Walter remained. Chapter 341. Repentance. Forgiveness. But Mahal, for he no longer saw the Lord, asked Walter what had happened to the Lord, because he could not see him among the many messengers from heaven. And Walter said, "O Mahal, see, that he is hiding from you is again his endless kindness and love, Because if he would still be visible before you, you would have been already judged by the power of his visible presence, which would have captured you and drawn you with indescribable force towards him. But in this forceful attraction, you would have lost all your freedom, and your spirit would have suffered death. Behold, the Lord saw this very well. Therefore he vanished from your sight. For there is an infinite difference between creator and creature. And it is like day and night, or like life and death. The sun revives with its light the whole earth, for from it the living spirits enter the organic creation of this earth, and revive all the dead spirits to a freer activity in their organs. And you then soon see the earth greening and flourishing, and all kinds of lovely shapes, which are the work of renewed, enlivened spirits in the organs of the earth. But if the sun would shine continuously at the midday sky, and no resting night, which is necessary for all activity, would come in between, what would soon become of all the things on the surface of the earth? See, they would wither and finally even burn up. But this would mean sure death of all things. See, much worse would be the constantly visible presence of the Lord. For in it, no creature could maintain its life. Oh, see, we too, who live in the realm of God's eternal light in the Spirit, mostly miss the Lord's visible presence. We certainly see his light, in which he dwells, but we do not see him. Just as you only see the light of the sun, but not the actual sun itself, which is at home in the envelope of light, which is all you can see. But all this testifies of the endless kindness and love of the Lord, who continuously strives with all his endless wisdom and omnipotence to shape his children and freely firming them, so that one day they will bear his visible presence for eternity, without the slightest impairment of their freedom. Oh, tell me, are you not happy with this organization of the Lord? Here Mahal felt as if a cover has been taken off his eyes, and he realized to such an extent the great injustice he had committed against the Lord, that he started to cry loudly while exclaiming, "Oh, you eternally good Father, will you ever be able to forgive my grossest presumption against you?" And a voice spoke from a nearby bright cloud, "My son, long before you have sinned, I have already forgiven you. Therefore be calm and love me, your holy Father." Thereafter the bright cloud moved towards the morning and became invisible. But all the angels and people on the height worshipped the great glory of God. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 342. Walter's speech. One last mission. After such exalting worship of the Most High, the angel Walter spoke again to Mahal. Well, Mahal, you earthly producer of my erstwhile earthly body, the time has come again, where it says, "Go and carry out my will." But it is now not necessary for me to tell you this, for the Lord himself has revealed this to you, which is why he has called us from the heavens. Behold, it is now the last, extraordinary effort to save the people of the earth. If it does not succeed, then the Lord will allow the evil people to find in their foolish endeavours their own judgment and their doom. And this should then at least become a teaching for their spirits, which became engulfed in matter, that the creatures, whom God has given the high freedom of life, should never so foolishly and recklessly engage in the destruction of the great order of God. God himself has put and arranged the mountains on earth for 1,000-fold benefit, and has dug beneath the mountains large and deep pools of water, in which rest 100 times as much water as there is in the oceans of the earth's surface. And this subterranean water is like the blood of the earth, which circulates through the wide channels of the earth, and causes mainly, according to the Lord's order, the always same movement of the earth, and thus its inner organic life. For even a celestial body must have a life, if it should be a carrier and provider for life. But if men have set themselves up like gnawing worms, and everywhere bore thousands and thousands of clefters deep under the mountains, and destroy them, and thereby open the veins of the earth, tell me, whose fault and judgment will that be, if the blind fools find their downfall? If you had a skin filled with water put somewhere on the ground, and worms came to gnaw through it, would not, once gnawed through, the water begin to mightily push through the openings and drown all the bad gnawing worms? And see, this is exactly what will happen here with the people, and through them with all the animals and things. And behold, this is the vessel which has been prophesied since ancient times as the judgment of all creatures of the place, once the measure of the abominations of man is full. Thus stay you here, and teach those who perhaps might be coming here looking for salvation. But drive the evil with lightning and hail away from here. But now that you know all things as they are, do not quarrel with the Lord any longer, but continue in your old order, and you will be saved like your brother according to the Lord's wisest plan. After this speech, all the angels said, Amen, and then left the height and went to the depths. What they achieved there in the course of 5 years, and how they brought the animals together with their food to Noah in the ark, will be shown as follows. Chapter 343. Angels in the Depths. What progress did those extraordinary messengers made in the depths? The 12,000 angels first went to Hanoch, where they found only King Gurat with the long-since freed Captain Drohuit, who were just busy with reading the reports of the war undertakings of Funga Helen against God. But these heavenly messengers spread out in Hanoch, and only 100 went to the castle of the king, who immediately put his war reports aside, received these supposed delegates, as usual, with the greatest political civility of the court, and questioned them about their concerns. And the angel Walter came to the fore and said to Gurat, "Gurat, do you not recognize the slain viceroy, Walter, the brother of Agla?" Here the king was frightened, and even more so Drohuit, for both recognized all too soon the unmistakable Walter, and did not know what they should make of this phenomenon. Only after a while did the king ask Walter, "How? Walter, were you not murdered by the henchmen of your sister? How did this happen that you are alive now? For the murderers have indeed returned your unmistakable head to Agla, who then had it embalmed." And Walter said, "Yes, Gurat, I am the very same Walter. But only now I live forever in a new spiritual, indestructible body, which is also of a spiritual nature, and hence is completely one with me. And so I am a messenger of God from the heavens now, like all those who are here, and like many who are already spread out all over the city, to preach to the people the very close judgment of God. Just as we indicated to you here, that you are now almost hopelessly lost. Since your wars against the Highland people have prepared for you infallible doom. For you have applied a means through your science and knowledge, whereby you now can destroy mountains like waterfall piles from the ground up, without knowing what lies beneath the mountains in the earth. See, the mountains are lids for huge underground waters, and are therefore mostly made from hard rocks according to the order of God, so that the underground waters cannot break them. Well, if you now destroy these powerful defences against the underground waters, will the waters not start to mightily push upwards to the earth's surface, and climb over the highest mountains and drown you all? "20 strong new streams have already begun to transform the lowlands 120 miles from here into a lake. And today another 5 will be added, and so forth every week a few more. Tell me, what will in the near future be your fate?" Here Gurat's eyes widened, and he was mightily startled, and could not speak. But Walter advised him to soon flee to the heights, where he could find salvation, if he would want to. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 344. Unbelief. But when Gurat received this command from the angel Walter, he said, "Friend from the heavens, or possibly somewhere on earth, your advice is quite friendly and well-intentioned. But it is also clear from your warning speech that you and your company are either very gullible, or you are disguised deputies of the somehow fugitive Highlanders, and would now like to drive me into a stupor under the very mystical claim of being messengers from the heavens, so that I might flee from here as soon as possible. But you could then take possession of Hanoch." You know, my dear Walter II, we are not that stupid here in Hanoch that we so soon want to believe what is told to us by a few mountain vagabonds. At first I was really surprised to see you as Walter. But in the course of your warning speech, a wise genius gave it to me, that twin brothers exist among the people, and yet other striking similarities. And this will also be the case with you and the mystical Walter, and that you might have come to know his fate, you now present yourself as the spirit of Walter. But spirits certainly do not appear physically like you. Although I now could have you thrown into a dungeon for your great impudence, cruelty was never part of me. Therefore I let you go again as you have come here, because your warning speech had at least a friendly appearance. But I will not believe your statement until the great lowlands around Hanoch will be travelled on by barges. Then I will follow your advice. So now go, and leave us in peace." Here Walter said, "Gurat, do you know what I am going to say to you now? Behold, I am going to tell you nothing else but, by the time one will travel on barges around Hanoch, and when you will see us leading a large number of animals through Hanoch up to Noah, so that they can be taken into the ark for a second new earth, it will then be too late for you. For if the vapours arising from the inner of the earth begin to condense in the air, and will start to plunge down in huge masses as strong floods, then Noah with his family will have long since already occupied the ark, and no one will be allowed to get on board any more. And who will dare to get near it will be driven away and killed by lightning and hail. Now you know everything, and our extraordinary mission to you is completed. Do now what you want, and believe what you want. For thus it is the Lord's will that no one will be compelled." After these words, the angels departed and went to the area where Funga Helen was operating, and addressed strong words of exhortation to this hero. But he threatened them and said, "Noah lives too high for me. Therefore I will make in the next few years his mountains a little lower, and will then have a look at the rescue box." But the angels then no longer talked to him, for he was already pure evil and totally against God. From there, the angels went to all country people and preached to them. But despite several miracles, found no hearing and no faith. Therefore they soon abandoned the preaching and began bringing together the animals. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 345. Animals. Permissions. That these extraordinary 12,000 messengers from the heavens quite easily brought together the animals and their food goes without saying. However, this operation is mentioned here in more detail, so that the critics over time have nothing further to ask about how Noah brought the animals together and how he fed this vast menagerie. For if it is for me, the Lord, always possible to maintain the very greatest world menagerie from day to day, it will also be possible for me at that stage to maintain the menagerie of Noah in the ark for about 6 months. That during that time, for the pious Noah, and even for many other people, my angels visibly performed the maintenance duties, makes no difference in view of the ordinary daily preservation of my creatures. Because these are always the same duties for the angels out of me, and the visibility of it makes here no difference. If the people at the present time would also just be as pious as was Noah, they would quite frequently see how many angels by day and night are fully engaged to maintain my world menagerie. But with the gross worldly eyes of the current people, who are mostly much worse than at the time of Noah, they will never see them. But if one wants to say, how did it then happen that during the times of Noah, even the pure evil people could see how the angels led the animals and carried their food in large quantities? I say, this is always done by my mercy before a general world disaster, which the stupid people always prepare for themselves, owing it to their great ignorance in all things of the world. During and before any disaster, the people are always warned by extraordinary pre-phenomenon to leave the place and trustingly come under my protection, where they certainly would come to no harm. However, the people, as Beatae possidentes, lucky owners, are always deaf and blind, and are often dumber than the animals, and rather let all adversity come over them than to take note of the signs, and immediately come under my protection. But if I allow extraordinary signs to precede even small local evils, how much more will I do so in the case of such a great and general world evil as it was in Noah's time? So surely the flood of sin excuses the previous visible activity of the angels from the heavens. Such phenomenon is of course also a judgment for the people. But if one has nothing but two evils before him to choose from, then one surely selects the lesser to hopefully thereby prevent the larger one, whereby a small wound will certainly heal more easily than a big one. But if the application of the smaller evil does not provide protection any more, then of course the greater evil must follow in order to bring the evil to an end. I think that the reason for this visible act of the angels has now been sufficiently addressed, and as such, we now can again return to the story. But the commotion created by the angels in Hanoch, when they led the collected animals through the city, will be explained next. Chapter 346. The Animals. Final Exhortation. When the extraordinary messengers in the course of 4 years arrived with the collected animals in Hanoch, it caused a great sensation. For these messengers led the animals freely and not in cages, as it was otherwise commonly in use already at that time. And the main focus of attention and admiration of the Hanochites was the fact that the almost innumerable number of animals of all kinds, shape, size, and composition walked together in the most peaceful order like lambs. The messengers walked through all the lanes and streets and shouting to the people, "You are still granted a short time. Turn to God the Lord, and go trustingly with us up to the heights of Noah, and you will all be saved, irrespective of how many of you will come. For behold, we are not human beings like you are, and the obedience of these animals is proof of it, which are all of diverse natures, but still obey us as if they were nothing but lambs, while you can see among them from the elephant to the dormouse, also the most ferocious and tearing animals. We have thus been given great power. Even if Noah until now has built only one rescue box in a natural way for the rescue of thousands, and you do not find sufficient space in it, since you are millions, it nevertheless does not matter for your rescue, because in case of your true conversion to God, we are able to build in a moment hundreds of thousands of similar rescue boxes, in which you all can be preserved and reach the renewed earth safely. Listen, this is the last call of God that penetrates your ears. Leave everything and follow it, because from now on, in 1 year, all of these your dwellings and your lands will be buried under 3,000 klafter of water and mud. However, this call was still of no effect. They only laughed about these supposed magicians and animal tamers, and allowed them to move on and screaming quite undeterred. Thus they also came back to the king and invited him to follow them. But he gave them no answer at all, and had them move away again completely empty-handed. And the messengers, deeply troubled, left the city and led the animals to the heights. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 347. Final Instructions and Arrangements. When these extraordinary messengers arrived on Noah's heights with the collected animals, they were met by Noah and his brother Mahal, and both were hugely surprised by the large number of animals and their very different forms and different kinds of behaviour. But the angels said to Noah, "Open the door to the ark, that we can put the animals into the cells intended for them. Their food we will place in their cells, and they will eat thereof according to their inner impulses, as much as it is necessary for their preservation. You thus have to care for nothing else than water, which, however, will be very easy for you. See, because the box will be up to half its height in the water, drill a hole in the middle floor and install on the inside a barrel stopcock. Whenever you open the stopcock, you will immediately get as much water as you need. But for as long the Lord will not let it rain, for as long leave the ark open and allow the animals to go in and out to look for water and fresh food. However, you must label the cells and see to it that the animals are not loaded differently than we have done it right now. But you should not worry further about the placement, because for each animal we put the right food into its cell, and every animal will thus recognize its own cell. You should also not worry about the cleaning of the cells, because they will be clean without your efforts. Likewise, keep the window on the roof always open, so that the birds can move in through it. We will take care of their food. You and your people have only to take care of the water. But the Lord himself will tell you when to close the ark and then firmly seal the door. If the people are coming to you to look for protection before the rain, then take them in. However, once it will begin to rain, then no one should be allowed into the ark any more. Now you know everything. The Lord be with you. Amen. Thereupon the angels disappeared, and Noah and all his people praised and glorified God. But Mahal, like a nature scientist, with his children, was only interested in looking at the animals, and found great pleasure in this menagerie. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 348. Mahal's grumbling. Agla's return home. When Noah had praised and lauded God, he too went into the ark and looked at how the animals were divided into the cells, and then searched in the middle floor for an appropriate location to install the recommended tap. When he found it, he ascended to the third floor and found here his brother Mahal, who was just busy discussing with his children why the angels had not mentioned him at all, but gave all the instructions to Noah only, and was full of anger thereat, especially since the angels had given Noah very precise instructions to maintain the animals, but did not mention with one syllable the preservation of him and his children. And he spoke in the presence of Noah, whom he did not notice because he was standing behind a cell wall. Am I less in the sight of the Lord than the animals? They have their cells and their sufficient food, and they have been provided for. What do we have? So the angels always spoke of the preservation of Noah and his people, but there was not the slightest mention of our preservation. What is this other than that the angels gave us to understand that the ark was not built for us, but only for Noah and his own, and for the animals? But I know what I will do. Behold, there is still a lot of cut wood left over. I will talk with Noah's servants and have my own box built in which we will have space, and Noah can then inhabit the big box all by himself. If the Lord wants to preserve us, then it is well and good. And if he does not want that, as it turns out, then I will not ask him for it. For the whole essence of life under such oppressive circumstances has already become loathsome to me anyway. Here Agla said, "Oh, Father, I think you talk too much. For behold, I have seen Walter too, and he me. And he has not comforted me. And yet I do not complain against the Lord. Why are you doing this, while you have received the highest consolation from the Lord himself?" But I say to myself, O Lord, to me, the greatest sinner, let it happen according to your mercy. And even if I have to become a prey of death, the Lord be praised and lauded for it. And Mahal was amazed about this speech of the weeping Agla. And Noah came forward and praised Agla for such right speech before God. At that moment, however, a bright shining angel stood before Agla and said to her, "Agla, behold, you shall never become a prey of death, but only a prey of life forever. Thus give me your hand and follow me, your brother Walter." Here Agla gave her hand to the angel and disappeared instantly. And nothing of her was left behind except her clothes and a little ash in it. This phenomenon astonished everyone, and they did not know how it happened. Noah alone took hold of himself and fell on his face, praising and glorifying God beyond measure. Chapter 349. Admonition. A small box. When Noah had praised and glorified the Lord, that he had received the lost daughter of his brother into the ever-living kingdom of the spirits out of God, he got up again, turned to his brother Mahal, and said to him, "Brother, would you not like to quarrel with the Lord God again, because he has shown you such an endlessly great grace? Behold, there is nothing in you but pure hidden arrogance. See, it secretly annoys you all the time that the Lord has chosen me and not you to build the ark, and that you are not specifically called and chosen at every opportunity. And because you have no one else with whom you could argue about it, you express your haughty frustration and anger against the Lord himself, and want to defy him at every opportunity. But ask yourself if such behaviour against him who called you 4 years ago so lovingly his son is right and proper. Do you really think that you can defyingly wrest something from the Lord? See, Satan defies the Lord since unthinkable long times already. But what has he gained by that? For everything that he wants, the Lord will never do. And so Satan stays always the defeated slave of his own stubbornness, which is a fruit of his folly. But the Lord remains forever the Lord and does what he wants, without paying attention to the yelling of the world fools. Brother, is it really so hard to humble yourself before the holy, best Father and accept his holy order? The Lord has shown to you palpably that he never has closed the box of his love, grace and mercy before you, and therefore also not this ark. But if you want to lock yourself out because of a secretly felt anger, do you think that the Lord will drag you into it by your hair? Oh, change your folly, and do not put the Lord's patience to test anew, and you will soon find yourself a cell here in the ark. But this most well-intentioned speech of Noah made little impact on Mahal, and he insisted that a separate box should be built for him. And Noah did according to the wish of his brother, and had him built a small box of 4 fathoms long and 2 fathoms high. There were, however, no cells mounted inside. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 350. Defiance. Removal. When Noah had completed the small box for Mahal, he said to him, "Well then, there is the completed box of your stubbornness. Make sure the Lord blesses it for you and your 3 children. Otherwise, it will offer you little security. I have blessed it by constructing it. However, this blessing will be fruitless without the blessing of the Lord. Therefore, go to the Lord and give to him the honor, so that he would bless the box for your safety." And Mahal said, "You're talking according to your own manner, and do not know my distress. Am I not a person like you? And do we not have one father and one mother? The Lord has even commanded you to build this your ark, according to the given dimensions for your rescue, while you have not asked him to do so. But me, he left running around on earth like a wild animal for the sake of my children, and did not tell me that also I should build myself a rescue box. He spoke through my feelings to me, and showed me in the depths what I had to do. And I always complied. But he never spoke anything about being rescued to me, while I was just as pure as you are. And see, therein consist the troubles of my heart. And I therefore will do nothing, and will wait for the Lord's explicit word. If he explicitly wants to talk to me, I will precisely act according to his word. But I will not ask the Lord neither by a request, nor by a sacrifice of some kind. I rather want to perish than to influence the Lord's free handling of me. If he wants to bless this box for me, he will do so without my request, just as he has ordered you to build the ark without your request. But if he does not want to do this, I will not make use of the box, but going to share boldly the bitter lot of millions with my family members, and in addition will be a witness of how the evil people will pay for their crimes. Amen. Thereupon Mahal arose and went with his 3 children into a forest and waited there for the Lord's word. But the Lord let him go for 3 days. On the 4th day, however, the skies began to darken with clouds. Then Mahal became angry with the Lord and wrestled mightily with God, and this in a tone which should never be repeated on earth again. When Mahal had blasphemed himself hoarse, a fire descended from the clouds before Mahal to the ground. And out of the fire a voice said, "Mahal, you wayward one, I have become tired of your blasphemy. If you do not regard me, your God and Lord, worthy of honour, I also regard you not worth saving. Then stay here and be a witness of my wrath upon the earth and upon you. But your children, because they have not sung the same song as you, I want to take away from you. And as such, you should at least get to know me in my wrath, because you did not want to recognize me in my love. Let it be done." Here the fire seized the 3 children and consumed them in an instant. And Mahal now remained alone and was quite dumb with horror. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 351. Mahal's Soliloquy. God's Grace. But Noah had his servants search for Mahal. But the Lord did not want him to ever be found by Noah again on earth. Mahal climbed onto a high rock and took with him edible roots, bread and cheese for 20 days. And because the rocks had a fountain, he was supplied with food and drink. He stayed for 7 days on this rock. However, as the sky darkened more and more from day to day, Mahal rose from his rock, took his victuals and went with it into the famous cave of Adam. When he cumbersomely reached the cave, he said to himself, "I have become old and weary, and the Lord had taken all support from me. Does he also want to be thanked, praised and extolled for that? Yes, Lord. Now that I have by your urge become a sinner before you, only now I will extol you, praise and glorify you. For when you kicked me, it hurt me, and I bucked and writhed like a worm before you. But now a too great pain has made me numb. I feel neither pain nor sorrow, and therefore also no anger and no rage. Therefore can I now glorify, praise and laud you, Lord, again. And thus be praised, lauded and glorified, you, my God and Lord, and you, my Almighty, Holy Creator and Father. I have argued with you because I had pain, but now I never want to argue with you again, for I now have no more pain. For as long I was with you in Noah's heaven, I had no pain, and I could be just before you, Lord, at all times, and could always praise you, glorify and laud you. But when you had me go to hell, I was filled with wrath and was full of pain, and I had to get into conflict with you. But now I am without pain again. Therefore I can glorify, laud, and praise you again. Therefore let me never go to hell again, where no one can glorify, praise, and laud you. For there is only fire, rage, curse, and pain. Since I now can glorify, praise, and laud you, Lord, again, I beg you now to take me away from this world, and do not let me be a witness of your just flood of your wrath over all your creatures. Your will always be done. Amen. Upon this salutation of Mahal, a voice, sounding like an echo from the inner chambers of the cave, said, Mahal, I have softened my anger against you, because you have softened when I struck you severely because of your hardness against me. But you still have to pay on earth for your manifold earlier foolishness, until I will accept you. For your transgression against me was enormous. But be patient in everything that is to come upon you, and wait for me, and I will not let you be smothered by the flood. But your feet shall nevertheless be purged by the flood, before I will relieve you of your flesh. So be it. Mahal clearly recognized the voice of the Lord in this echo, and now surrendered to the will of the Lord. But when he had spent 7 days in the otherwise bright grotto, the dawn did not come any more, because the firmament was already saturated so strongly with pitch-black clouds that no sunshine could penetrate it any more. Therefore Mahal left his cave and went where he could find a light. But he strayed back and forth in vain. He could not find a path any more due to the sheerest darkness. But he did not complain, but was waiting patiently on what would come over the earth. This was also the time when the Lord asked Noah to go into the ark with his family. But how? This is written in the first book of Moses, chapter 7, quite detailed. Yet it should be described in more detail as follows. Chapter 352. Comfort, sorrow, last attempts. This is what happened when the Lord instructed Noah to go into the ark. When the sky became mightily cloudy and the clouds began to shroud the nearby mountain peaks in a thick night, and the depths over immeasurable distances steamed like a burning city, the Lord, full of melancholy and sadness, came to Noah and said to him, "Noah, do not be afraid, for behold, I, the Lord of all creation and of all things, am with you to protect you against any hardship which I am now going to allow to come over the world, because the people who became evil want it like that. See, how sad it now looks on this old earth. Without their knowledge and will, human art has set free the evil, imprisoned original spirits of this earth prematurely, which without judgment would endanger all the heavens. Therefore, the space from the earth to the moon is now filled with such spirits. And if a localized glow from the clouds, in which the released evil spirits now raging and roaring, did not bring light to the earth, there would be such a night here that all life would have to suffocate. For the sun's light can never penetrate through such masses of clouds and vapours. But the people of the depths have no fear. They illuminate their cities with torches and big oil lamps, and have fun doing it. They still court, and let them be courted, and hold banquets, games and dances, while I, their Creator, mourn for them and cannot help them, as to not destroy them in their spirits forever. O you, my Noah, this is a tough stand for a father who sees his children standing at the abyss, but cannot and may not help them, except through a renewed rugged imprisonment, which is the impending inevitable judgment. What should I say to that? See, on this earth in regions far away from here, there are living descendants of Cain. For them, an impure revelation was enough, and they are still living in my order until this very hour. And the few among them who more or less have sometimes ballasted their conscience by their faulty actions are now wrenching their hands to me and are begging me for mercy in this global night of the approaching judgment. But I tell you, behold, I will have mercy on them in their hour of need. But this great region, which is inhabited by my children, mixed with the children of the world, will now experience my merciless judgment. But before I will let the water fall from the clouds to the earth, I will still for 7 days startle the people in the depths by all kinds of phenomena and, where possible, compel them to escape to here. We therefore will wait here for 7 days in this night, and I want to create a path of dim light from here to Hanoch and even further, so that no one should miss the way to here who still wants to save himself. And should someone come here, even if it is Fungar Helen himself, he shall be accepted into the ark, After these words, a streak of dim light stretched from the heights to Hanoch and beyond. And the Lord opened Noah's spiritual sight, so that he could look at the depths together with the Lord. But they saw no one leaving the city. Formidable cries occurred like thunder, but no one took note of it. In Hanoch, fires erupted, and many were in great fear and terror about it. But no one wanted to move out of town. Underground waters pushed upwards and put the squares and streets of Hanoch man-deep under water. Then the poor fled to the nearby hills. There were mighty shouts like thunder, but no one heeded them. Fires broke out in Hanoch and terrified many, but no one wanted to leave the city. Underground waters broke out and flooded Hanoch's squares and alleys. The poor fled to the nearby hills, but the rich took boats and barges and sailed jubilantly over the squares and alleys, and no one went up to the heights. These calamities lasted for 7 days in the deep, and yet no one turned back. Then the Lord's patience gave in, and he led Noah to the ark. How and what next? In what follows? Chapter 353. Into the ark. Sealed. Catastrophe. But when Noah, together with the Lord, arrived at the ark, the Lord said to him, "Noah, go now into the box with your whole house, for I have found you as the only righteous before me. Take of the clean beasts 7 pairs each, and of the unclean beasts only 1 pair each, but in each a male and a female. Likewise also of the birds under the heavens, each 7, the male and its female, so that the seed stays alive on the face of the earth. For after 7 days, starting from this moment, I will let it rain for 40 days and 40 nights, and destroy everything in this region of the earth, which has a living being, that I have created." Noah fell here before the Lord on his knees and worshipped him for the great mercy which the Lord had bestowed on him. But the Lord lifted Noah from the ground and said to him, "Noah, you are now thinking why it is so, that I have previously already ordered you to take from all beasts without distinction only 1 pair into the ark. But now from the clean animals 7 pairs of every kind, including the fowls of the air without distinction. Only with the unclean animals it had to remain 1 couple. See, the reason lies therein. Previously I thought in my heart with my averted omniscience, the people from the depths will come after all, and will be looking for protection here. And behold, I did not want to ask myself in my all-seeing whether the people whom I have called so often will do this. But when I looked at them, I no longer saw any will, since all their spirits were consumed by the flesh and the world. And I also saw that no one would come. Therefore you should, instead of the impurest people who have sunk below all animals, take on more of the clean animals, and also more of the birds under the heavens. In addition, the animals will come in handy on the new earth. You now understand this. Thus go and act accordingly. But do not take any artificial light into the box, for I myself will illuminate your box out of me. Amen. Here Noah went and did everything as the Lord had commanded him. But the Lord was with him and helped Noah to do everything. When Noah had achieved everything in the greatest order with the help of the Lord, he went into the ark in his 600th year of age, namely, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, which, according to the current time calculation, was the 17th of February. When Noah, with all his people and all the animals, were inside the ark, the Lord himself took the big gate of the ark and closed it with his own hands, and blessed the box. And thus Noah was safe now, and the Lord himself guarded the box. But when Noah thus was secured, the Lord raised his almighty hand and commanded the clouds to let the rain come down onto the earth in mighty floods, and also the powerful fountains in the earth to push the water from below to the surface of the earth. And the fountains opened in the great depths, as well as the floodgates of the heavens. There were countless mighty gushes on the surface of the earth, which drove its waters to the clouds, and from the clouds the rain fell like waterfalls from high, snowy mountains, whereby the water level raised so quickly that the people could not flee to the mountains, and those who still managed to flee onto the mountains were flung back down by powerful floods crushing down over the rocks, and drowned. Only a few succeeded with the strength of despair to reach Noah's heights. When they, under constant lightning flashes, saw this enormous rescue box, they cried for help and rescue. But the Lord's power drove them away, and they hurried to the highest mountain peaks and climbed with bleeding hands to the top. But lightning tore them from the walls and threw them down into the fast-raising floods. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 354. In the Grotto. But the terrible rain drove Mahal back into the cave, where he walked up and down, and sometimes looked in amazement and half in despair to the outside. How the most powerful water currents crushed over rocks and carried the earth with it, uprooted the largest trees, and then hurled them into the depths with the most terrible force, and also tore off entire rocks, and then rolled them into the ditches and ravines with the roar of 1,000 thunders. Although he was a great friend of the great natural spectacles, this was a little too much for him, for now he, the otherwise heroic Mahal, saw the apparent demise of all the world and of himself. He therefore trembled from great fear and said to himself, "O Lord, truly, your power one only gets to know in your righteous anger. Even if you are wonderfully great, holy and exalted in your peace, the by routine dulled person pays little attention to it and may, Lord, easily forget about you. But such a scene of your power shows the dull worm of the earth, who is proud of his stupidity, that you, O Lord, are infinitely more powerful than man, who boasts so pompously about your peace." If only I would not be so alone here. This scene could be looked at in an edifying manner, but so completely forsaken by all living society. It is quite desperately horrible to wait for the certain destruction of all things, and also one's own. O Lord, take me from this world, and let me no longer be a witness of this, your most terrifying judgment. Your holy will be done. When Mahal thus finished his soliloquy, 3 refugees came from the depths and sought shelter in this cave. This was for Mahal a highly desirable appearance, so that he had someone to share with him his, to him, most distressful situation. He therefore immediately went to meet the 3 asylum seekers and welcomed them and asked them who they were. And the 3 said, "We are the 3 biggest fools from the depths. A few days ago we still thought to be the masters of Hanoch, and thus also of the whole world. But now the old God has shown us that only He alone is the Lord. We therefore fled to here, driven by the terrible water flood, and perhaps are already the only survivors from Hanoch. For there everything is already many klafter deep under water and mud. Our names are Gurat, Fungar Helen, and Drohuit." Here Mahal screamed and said, "O Lord, what a wonderful providence! Your biggest enemies you have led here and have given them as if in my hand. Do you know who I am? Look, I am Mahal, who often spoke to you about this judgment. But your ears were clogged. Now you have your own work before your eyes. The terrible judgment of God. What are you now saying to this? Where is now your power and glory?" Here the 3 were frightened and tried to escape from the grotto. But at that moment the Lord stepped into the cave and was immediately recognized by all 4. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 355. Confession. Destinations. But Mahal, when he saw the Lord, went before him, fell as a repentant penitent on his face, and said, O Lord of heaven and earth, Almighty God, my holy, most loving Father, I have sinned greatly against your heart in these my last few days. Yes, I have heavily sinned against your most sacred heart, which is filled with the most endless, eternal, fatherly love. Oh, you Holy Father, you eternal love, will I, a miserable worm of the dust and of nothingness, ever again find mercy and grace before your most holy countenance? And the Lord said, Mahal, my son who was lost and who now had let himself be found again by me, arise. For I, your eternal Holy Father, say to you, nobody has fallen so far from my eternal and infinite love that I will not accept him any more. If he would come to me in the repentant knowledge of his sin. But who does not come has written his own judgment on his forehead. For I hold nobody against his free, by me given will, and draw no one against this will. The only thing that I, the Almighty, do is to call my children to come to me, the only, eternal, true Father. Blessed are those who hear the call, and once they hear it, convert themselves. I now have called, taught, and warned my children for 2,000 years, but they did not want to heed those my loving, fair warnings, but only put their ears to the old lying mouth of Satan, and he has shown them the ways to perdition. And they walked for so long tirelessly on these ways, until they have reached what now has come over them and over this whole region of the earth. Not I called this judgment over the earth, and I am not its creator. But here these three are. They wanted to destroy the earth, and now they have their work in front of their eyes. Out of rage against me, their creator, they foolhardily have stung holes into the earth, and Satan guided them straight to those points of the earth where its pulses are lying the shallowest. There they tore with their acid and with their grains from hell the tight skin off the veins of the earth, and the most powerful currents and vapours began to break through, compelled by the heaviness of the surface skin of the earth. And this now all-devastating and killing tide over this their region of the earth is now the fruit of their zeal for hell. At these words, the three began to tremble violently, for they realized that their crime had brought death to millions, and that they were basically the only ones to blame for this judgment. But at that point, the Lord called Satan, and when he, burning with rage, stood there in an instant, the Lord said to him, Miserable tempter of my forbearance, love, and patience, behold, here are standing your most faithful servants. They have accomplished your plan masterfully. What reward will you give them for it now? And Satan said, Did they not have everything on earth for which their hearts thirsted? What reward are they still expecting henceforth? Death is their fate. Here the Lord said, Have you heard how your master rewards his servants? Are you satisfied with that? Here the three began to howl of fear and anxiety, and asked the Lord for help. And the Lord said, That you only say due to the fear in you, but you have no regrets. Therefore depart from me, you servants of Satan, and suffer with him your wickedness in his fire. Here a powerful lightning struck through the cave and killed the three. And the Lord's power then drove the 4 spirits to hell. But Mahal clung to the Lord, and he led him out of the cave towards the ark. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 356. Renewed love, redemption, transfiguration. Arriving at the ark, Mahal asked the Lord for the death of the body, for he could not endure any longer the mighty rain to pour over his weak body, and to feel the terrible cold feverishly in all his fibres. And the Lord said, Mahal, how can you complain about the rain and coldness in such my extraordinary closeness? Is it not me who gave the cherub its glow, the seraph its lustre, and all suns fire, light, and heat out of me? Do you think this rain would drench you and make your limbs freeze, if you would be completely near me in your heart? Oh, not at all. I tell you, every drop which falls on your head would be a refreshment to you, as it now is for the tired and half-killed earth over which this flood had to come, so that it would not die and perish under the abuse of the people. These floods will cure and close up the wounds of the earth again, and it will recover and heal, and will once again serve the people and animals as a dwelling place. But this is how it should be with you too. A flood must come over you first through the great activity of your love and the repentance that results from it. This will heal you and warm you for eternal life from me in your spirit. As is your love, so is your spirit. Is your love alive in me? Also your spirit will be alive out of me. And that is the true warmth, which never can be made cold through all refrigerants, which death has spread throughout infinity by the power of the lie in it. Here Mahal ignited and spoke from the newly kindled fierceness of his heart. O you most holy, most highest and loving Father! How endlessly good you must be in your being, that you can engage with me, a most trivial sinner, as if you had no other being in the whole of infinity to care about. Oh, how incomprehensibly I regret that I could ever have misunderstood you so much, and that I could have quarrelled with you, O holy, eternal love, in the most ungrateful way, like a scoundrel with his own kind. O Father, O holy, eternal love, is it still possible that you could forgive me for such an outrage? Here the Lord touched Mahal with a finger, and in an instant the mortal body sank into dust and ashes. But the transfigured spirit of Mahal stood like a shining seraph beside the Lord, and praised and glorified with immortal lips the eternal love of the Father, which is of the same endless fullness even in judgment as in the peace of the eternal order. Chapter 357. Mahal as Guide. The Flood. Remnants. But when the Lord had redeemed Mahal from his body, the flood had lasted for 7 days already, and the water rose with such speed that it, in the course of 7 days, had already reached the point where Mahal was standing with the Lord at the ark. And so also the prediction of the Lord with Mahal was met, that he would not get rid of his body until the water will have reached his feet. When the redeemed Mahal had given the Lord the glory, the Lord said to him, "Since you now have been redeemed, your first duty as an angel is to guide this little world over the floods, and will not leave it until all floods will have receded, and I come and span over the new earth the arch of peace. Only from then on you will be assigned another duty. My will be eternally your strength." Thereupon the Lord vanished in his extraordinary personality, and Mahal saw, just like the other angel spirits, only the Son of the heavens, where the Lord dwells in the unapproachable light, from eternity to eternity. And thus Mahal guided the ark according to the Lord's will. The water, however, rose above the earth so much that it had lifted the box after the 7th day of Mahal's redemption, and began to carry it. And then Mahal guided the box, so that it would not begin to roll with the sweep of the waves, but quietly drifted along like a swan swimming on the quietest, waveless mirror of a lake. Already, 7 days later, the water flooded the highest mountains of this region of the earth, up to the highest Himalaya mountains, which separated the country of the Sihonites from all the rest of Asia. And these mountains protruded only 15 el above the highest water level. All other highest mountains were at least the same length below the water. Of course, according to the different height ratios, some of the lower mountains were several hundred klafter under the water. But how and where did the waters of the flood go? The main part was Central Asia, where still today the Aral Sea and the Caspian Sea are the remains of the most memorable kind. Because where now the Caspian Sea is located, there once stood the exceedingly great and proud Hanoch. And even today, some remains of this city can be found. But of course, at a depth of more than 1,000 fathoms. And in the place of the Aral Sea, there once stood that lake with its surroundings and with its island of the water gods, which we also know very well. Likewise, Lake Baikal, or now Lake Balkhash, and Lake Tsani are similar monuments containing the sinful remains of the time before the flood. From these main points, the water flowed abundantly into Siberia and also into Europe, which was not yet inhabited at that time. A portion broke southwards into what is now East India, and most strongly over Arabia. Northern Africa was also greatly affected up to the highlands, from where this country then suffered only small overflows. America was only slightly affected from Siberia in the north. The south, however, remained completely free, as did most of the islands of the Great Sea. Henceforth, a little more about it. Chapter 358. More about the flood. Scriptures. Location. Why was it stated here that the flood flowed here and there? Did it not rain all over the world? And was the flood not everywhere of equal strength? I say, the flood had flowed here and there because it did not rain on the whole earth, and therefore the flood could not be of the same strength everywhere. And the reason was that it could not rain everywhere, and the flood was also not needed everywhere. Could it have rained in the exceedingly cold polar regions, where even the air freezes? And what would be the purpose of a 40-day rain in those regions where no people lived, and also very few animals? Or what would be the use of the rain over the oceans? Perhaps drowning the fish? And finally, if the natural floodwaters would have reached all over the world on every point the same height of 3,000 fathoms, to where should the water have drained off? One could well say, part of it evaporated, and part of it was absorbed by the earth. But if this were sufficient to reduce the volume of such a body of water in the course of a year, the world ocean would have long since disappeared from the earth down to the last drop, since it does not even constitute a 10,000th part of that mass of water. If the whole earth were to receive a rise in water of nearly 4,000 fathoms. Also, nothing gets lost by evaporation, for the evaporated water accumulates again in the clouds and falls in the same quantity back to the earth. It is the same with the absorbed water by the pores of the earth. The sucked up water collects in certain vessels and is released again, partly through fog and partly through periodic fountains to the earth's surface. For this reason, such an everywhere evenly high flood of Noah would still today be standing at the same level, just like all the oceans are still the same at this hour as it was at the times of Adam, with a few minor local variations. That is why the flood occurred only there in such a devastating nature, where the evil people lived, and therefore covered mainly Central Asia to a height of 4,000 fathoms above sea level, from where it then spread far and wide to all sides. Even if it says in the scriptures, over all the mountains of the earth, and besides what the ark was carrying, nothing living remained on the surface of the earth, it must not be taken literally with regard to the natural earth itself. For mountains is referring to the arrogance and lust for power of the people. And that on earth no life survived except in the ark indicates that only in Noah a spiritual life in God and out of God remained. Anyone who pays attention to this will see that Noah's flood was indeed a large-scale one, but not a completely general one. And that is because only in Central Asia were the people themselves the main cause of it through their foolhardiness, which was not the sad case in other parts of the world. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 359. More about the flood. Already the word flood implies a flow of water over the earth, from Hanoch, and by no means a general stationary water level all over the earth. Hanoch itself covered with its far-reaching surroundings a densely populated surface area of nearly 8,000 square miles, thus a country in itself, that would have been quite suitable and large enough to be a major kingdom at the present time. In addition to this, it reigned over the whole of Asia, with minor exceptions, carrying on with its mischief. Now, let us allow a heap of water over 3,000 fathoms high to come over this enormous space, and it will be seen how far the flooding can then reach. And especially if it can be proven that Central Asia was the highest land on earth, and for the most part towards the southeast, it still is. One could of course argue here and say, well, if Noah's flood was only a large local high water event, how could it then reach such a horrible height, without first running off to all sides in 100-mile wide streams? On this questionable objection, the following serves as an explanation. Firstly, the 40-day rain occurred over the whole of Asia, a large part of Europe, as well as North Africa, and by itself already caused widespread valley floodings. But since in these foreign lands no underground water eruptions occurred, the flood could not reach such a level as in Asia, where the eruption of the underground water was the main contributor. But if anyone can assume with certainty that, secondly, in Asia the heaviest rainfall was caused by several 100,000 of the most powerful springs, the smallest of which delivered 10 million cubic feet of water to the surface of the earth in 1 minute, then it will be understandable how Noah's flood over Asia could have reached such a height in spite of the most powerful outflow from all directions and at the same time. From there, it could then pour out into all parts of the world with the most terrible force and bring about those diluvian formations which are still abundantly found everywhere today, but which are not to be confused with those which arise from the periodic changes in the sea. The main traces of the Noachian flood are the frequently occurring, high-up resting current debris, the here and there occurring fossilized bones of pre-Noachian animals, as well as frequently occurring brown coal deposits, and also the visible erosion of the mountains, which left them completely bare. All other formations belong to either the sea migrations or to the large local fire eruptions. Thus, the essence of the Noachian flood has now been also physically established, and thus we now want to touch on the duration and the end of the flood. Chapter 360. The End and Soon After. For how long did this undiminished equally high flood lasted on earth? The equally high flood levels lasted 150 full days. How was this possible, since it had only rained for 40 days? The torrential rain had ceased after 40 days, but the ever-increasing waters from below lasted for 150 days and maintained the water level. It was not until the 150th day that the Lord again turned his face toward the earth, and the fountains of the deep were stopped up, and the water sluices of the ether were completely stopped. For up to the 150th day, it had continuously rained in places as now a downpour falls on the earth during a thunderstorm. Only after this time did the water begin to disperse, and on the 17th day of the 7th month, July 17th, the ark found ground and landed on the very spacious top of Mount Ararat, guided through the spirit of Mahal and by the power of the Lord. The water then visibly subsided until the 10th month, October, and all the mountains, even those barely 70 fathoms high, were from that time on out of the water, which now only covered the valleys and shallow hills. 40 days later, thus on November 10, Noah, for the first time, opened the window on the roof of the ark and sent forth a raven. But the raven soon found land, flew from one place to another, and did not return back to the ark. Since the raven did not return, Noah soon allowed a dove to escape, to find out whether the water on the earth has subsided. The dove, however, because everything was still bare and wet, and in the valleys mighty rivers still raged, and it did not find a dry place to put down its foot, it came back and sat down on Noah's outstretched hand, who took it back into the box again. From then on, Noah waited another 7 days, and on the 8th day he sent out a dove. It did not return until evening, and brought in its mouth a leaf plucked from an olive tree. And that was a sign to Noah that the water had subsided on the earth. For only thus was he permitted to know it, since the Lord had advised him secretly in his heart. After another 7 days, Noah again sent out a dove, but it did not return, since it had already found food on the dry and newly grown ground. But Noah waited from then on until the 1st month of the new year, when he was in his 601st year of age. By then the water had returned to the normal levels on earth, and for the greatest part had run off into the great seas, and the earth became dry due to the ongoing warm midday winds. On the 1st of January, Noah and his sons set out to work and removed the roof from the box, and for the first time looked from the high Ararat down to the renewed earth, and saw no more water but only completely dry soil. But he nevertheless waited until the 27th of February for the Lord's word. Then the Lord came to Noah and instructed him as is described in the first book of Moses, chapter 8, to leave the ark. And Noah immediately opened the big gate, and everything flew, walked, and crawled out of the box, and searched for dwelling places on the new earth. And the Lord saw to it that everything once again found its food. And thus Noah had lived for 1 year and 10 days with his family in the ark. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 361. Noah's thanksgiving offering and the Lord's blessing. But when Noah and everything that had life had left the box, Noah with his sons built an altar from smooth stones, added the wood from the removed roof of the ark, slew of every clean animal a male piece, and lit for the Lord a big burnt offering, and glorified and praised with his whole house the Lord God over and over. The Lord smelled the sweet savour of the sacrifice, which was Noah's love for God, and therefore spoke from his heart to Noah. Hereafter, I will not curse the earth again because of the people. For poetry and the striving of man's heart is evil from his youth. And therefore I will henceforth not destroy everything that lives, as I have it done now. And for as long the earth will be earth, seed and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, and day and night will not stop, Then the Lord laid his right hand upon Noah's head and blessed him, and thus his whole house. And when the Lord had blessed Noah, he again spoke to him. Be fertile and multiply, and fill the whole earth with both your race as with your spirit. Let your presence be a fear and a dread to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to every creeping thing that creeps upon the ground. And so let all the fish be given into your hand. Everything that lives and moves on earth, be your food. I give it to you, as well as the green herb. Except for the flesh that still moves in its blood, do not eat, because the blood carries in both animals and humans my wrath and my revenge. Therefore I will avenge all the blood of the people, as well as the blood of the animals, for in blood is death. Thus I also want to revenge the body's life of every person for the sake of man. Therefore I alone am Lord, and no one shall shed the blood of man. Who is shedding it, his blood shall be shed also. I created man in my image, but from his blood came sin. Therefore death is in the blood, and my anger and my vengeance came into the blood, and thus all blood shall be continually avenged by the body's death. The animals I have put in your hand, so that man's soul can be perfect. But man remains in my hand, so that his spirit does not perish. Therefore be fruitful and multiply on earth. I am establishing a covenant with you, and therefore also with all your descendants. And this I also do for your sake with all the animals near you, with all the birds, with all livestock, and with every beast on earth, and with all the animals who left the ark with you. This covenant should be visible, so that your soul can be perfect, so that I henceforth shall not bring such flooding upon the earth. For the earth is now cleansed, and the sinful flesh destroyed. Therefore multiply on earth anew, for I have put everything into your hands, so that your soul should stay complete, and your spirit never perishes in my hand. The continuation of the Lord's discourse follows. Chapter 362. The Sign. Yerevan. Love. Melchizedek. Canaan. Salem. And the Lord spoke to Noah, Behold, therefore I now have established a covenant with you, according to which henceforth no such flood shall come upon the earth any more and destroy all flesh on earth. But I also want to give you a visible sign as a constant memorial of this my covenant with you. But this is the sign of the covenant which I have made between me and you and every living creature with you, henceforth forever. I have put a bow in the clouds. It shall be the sign of this covenant between me and the earth. And if it is necessary that I will lead clouds over the earth, man shall see this my bow in the clouds. Then I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living animals in all kinds of flesh, so that henceforth no longer a flood shall come and destroy all flesh. Therefore my bow shall be in the clouds, so that I can look at it and then remember this my everlasting covenant between me and all creatures on earth. And this I, your God and Lord, say to you, Noah. This is the true sign of the covenant which I now have erected between me and all flesh on earth. After this covenant speech, the Lord led Noah to a very fertile region, namely which nowadays is called Yerevan. When Noah arrived there, he was surprised because he came into an Eden with all kinds of already full ripe fruit in the 3rd month of the new year. The Lord blessed this beautiful country 3 times and gave it completely to Noah and his children to own. And Noah praised and glorified God for it, over and over, and said to the Lord, O Lord, what service do you ask from me now, which forever should remain in all of my seed out of me? And the Lord said, You know what I have said to Enoch. See, this order is always yours too, and thus remain in it forever and ever. For I forever demand nothing else from the people, but to love me, their God, Lord and Father above all. I demanded this from Enoch, and I also demand this from you and all your seed. But I want to reveal another thing to you. Behold, since it now pleases me on this earth, as a true Prince of Princes, a Lord of Lords, and a King of Kings, I want to build a dwelling for myself on this earth. Not far from here I am going to build a city, and will dwell in it until the great time of times, when I will walk in the flesh myself among my true children. Thus the earth shall now be the place on which my feet shall rest and walk. When I came to your fathers, I became invisible again. But you shall see me walk on my feet on the ground of the earth as a man, and move towards the evening up to a country which shall be called Canaan, blessed country. You will reach it in a 17 days' journey. There I will build for myself a city. This you and all your descendants shall call Salem. But my name, as the Prince of Princes, a Lord of Lords, and a King of Kings, shall be Melchizedek, an elder priest since eternity. You are free, but your descendants will have to give me the 10th part of everything. Who will refuse will be driven out of my neighborhood. Amen. Here the Lord withdrew visibly towards the evening. But Noah prayed after the Lord for as long as he could see him. Henceforth, what further? Chapter 363. Wine. After some time, Noah looked around his area to find a good-sized tree to build a hut with. But little or nothing was to be found, since the flood had either filled all the forests with silt several fathoms deep, or had washed them away completely, especially from the mountains, and buried them in the valleys under mud and rubble. Thus, Noah asked the Lord that he should show him some wood from which he could build a hut. And soon a messenger arrived from the region where the Lord had moved to, and led Noah to a place where there was a beautiful forest, and said to him, "Behold, Noah, this forest the Lord has preserved for you under the water. Therefore you should settle here in the vicinity of this forest, and build a hut for you according to your needs. Thus you also should lay out fields to grow all kinds of crops, which you have brought here in the box. And see, here at your feet is a bushy plant. This is the vine. Plant its branches orderly into the earth. Fertilize and bury them carefully, and it will yield you sweet grapes full of the best juice. Press these grapes in a good vessel which must be closed properly. Then let the juice in the vessel ferment fully. And when it becomes pure, drink it moderately, and you will be strengthened by it and become very cheerful and happy. Thus it is the will of the Lord. Do accordingly, and you will be very happy and cheerful for the rest of your life." After these words, the messenger left Noah, and Noah soon complied with everything with the help of his sons, whose names were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And so, within 7 years after the flood, Noah had a good and solid dwelling, and many fields, pastures, and a beautiful vineyard, which, however, only began to bear fruit after 10 years, according to the will of the Lord. Then Noah gathered the grapes and pressed them into a suitable container made of cedar wood, had the juice fermented well, and when the juice became clear, he tasted it and found it very delicious, and thus drank quite a lot from it. But since he did not know the effect of this juice, it happened that he became intoxicated by it and fell into a deep sleep. But because the wine caused him a lot of heat in the body, he undressed and lay naked on the green grass under a shady fig tree, around which the roofless dwelling was built. And when Ham, the father of Canaan was born in the 2nd year after the flood, came into the open hut, led by Canaan, and saw Noah's private parts, he went outside to his brothers and told them about it. But Shem and Japheth took a cloak, put it over their shoulders, walked backwards into the hut to their father Noah, and covered their father's nakedness. But their faces were turned away, so that they could not see their father's nakedness. But when Noah awoke from the wine anesthesia and learned what the little son of Ham had done to him, he said to Ham, "Therefore your son Canaan is cursed. For all times of times he shall remain a servant of servants, and be the least among the brethren, because he first told you about my nakedness." Thereupon he turned to the two other sons and said, "Praise to God. May he widen the lineage of Shem. Canaan will remain his servant. Thus God also widens Japheth, and let him dwell in the hut of Shem. But Canaan remains his servant." Thereupon he blessed Shem and Japheth, but he chased Ham out of the hut, along with his wife and children. Henceforth, what follows? Chapter 364. False repentance. Revenge. A messenger. Ham then realized that he had acted wrongly and without consideration in front of his father, and regretted it very much. This the two blessed brothers noted, and went to Noah and told him how Ham repented his sin against him. And Noah said, "Listen, you my beloved sons. I also see Ham crying. But he does not cry for the sake of my father heart, but he cries because of his servitude. Thus he repents his transgression against me, because he thereby has fallen into bondage. However, that he hurt my father heart, he does not repent of. And thus he remains a servant, because he does not know that the living heart of his father stands higher than his bondage. Go and tell him this." And Shem and Japheth soon told this to Ham. But he said, "Truly, brothers, if Noah had a living heart, he never would have cursed me to eternal servitude. But since he bears no living father heart in his chest, he did this to me." And Shem said, "Truly, you are causing father injustice, for thus only self-love is talking out of you. The heart can only be found with the heart again, whether it is one or none. If you had a heart for father, you would also find his. But since you have no heart for father, you can also not find one in father. And it is understandable now why father cannot find anything in you that would be of his heart. However, this admonition vexed Ham, and he took his wife and children and some cows, oxen and sheep, and moved up to the region of today's Sidon and Tyre, and named the land after his son, and said, "Now, in the name of the Lord, who also has blessed me, I just want to see how, where, and when I will become a servant of my brothers." Truly, the curse of Noah my father did hurt me, although I have deserved it. I thus want to take revenge against my father and my brothers, but not by evil. No, God forbid. but by blessing them I will exert my revenge. Those who curse me, I want to bless. And this blessing will become glowing coals over their heads and will ignite their hearts. And thus the land of my son shall never be called a land of curse and bondage, but a land of glory and blessing. And thus my tribe shall never get into the position where they have to seek services in the huts of my brother's descendants. But they will come to this blessed land and will seek and take up residence in my cities. Amen. And a messenger came from Salem and said to Ham, "This land belongs to Salem. Who wants to live in it must give to the King of Kings in Salem the tithe of everything." And Ham said, "Lord, here is everything I have. Take it, for it is yours forever anyway." And the messenger said, "Because this is your will, this land is blessed for the children of the Lord, and you shall be their faithful servant." This pleased Ham a lot, and he at once gave a tithe of everything. But he did not understand that the messenger meant the descendants of Japheth to be the Lord's children. And so the Hamites and the Canaanites lived undisturbed in this country until the times of Abraham, because Ham had blessed those who had cursed him. Henceforth still a little more. Chapter 365. Conclusion. History. Purpose. Ham's children increased substantially during Noah's lifetime of Noah. For Noah lived after the flood for another 350 years, and thus reached a total age of 950 years. Ham had a son whose name was Cush, and he already procreated the mighty hunter Nimrod, who founded the city of Babylon. He was a giant, measuring 12 feet, and was the largest among the children of Cush, who were all of a gigantic size. But when Nimrod became very powerful in the sight of men, and yet was so pious that he was called the hunter of God, Ham, who still lived a long and prosperous life, thought, "Who will the children of God be other than the children of Cush? And Canaan will serve them?" Then came a messenger from Salem to Ham and said to him, "Why are you vain because of Nimrod? Behold, the Lord will not beget his children by you, but by Shem and Japheth. And they shall come from the tribe of Shem and from the daughters of Japheth. Therefore the children of God shall be of Shem, and shall come from Japheth." When Ham heard this, he became sad, for he now saw the effect of Noah's curse over him. But the messenger said to Ham, The Lord of Salem is not like a man to immediately curse someone. Thus the children of God are not coming not from you because of the curse, but because of the divine order only. Even if you had not been cursed by Noah in Canaan, the children of God would still not come into the world through you, because you are not the firstborn. But Shem is the firstborn, and Japheth is the most recently born, before the flood. Therefore, the glory will remain in Shem, and Japheth, as the youngest, will provide the daughters. But you are the servant of all, after the order of the Lord, and thus you are closer to the Lord than your brothers. And therefore the Lord also distinguishes your tribe with strength, numbers, wisdom, and male purity, and lets you first dwell in the land into which he will guide his children only very much later. But do not believe that all the descendants of Shem and Japheth are called children of God. Oh, not at all. Look, I have the genealogy of Shem. I will reveal it to you, and you will finally see when and through whom the children of God will miraculously come into the world. And so listen. 2 years after the flood, Shem begat Arphaxad, as you did Canaan. But you have already fathered in the very first year the twins, Cush and Mizraim, and in the second year Puth and Canaan, and wanted to excel yourself in front of your brothers. And see, this was not entirely right before the Lord. Therefore the Lord turned to Shem and Japheth, because they were the last, and gave Arphaxad to Shem only with your fourth son, and blessed him already in the womb. To Arphaxad he gave Salah, to Salah Eber, to Eber Pelech, to Pelech Regu, who was born today. And to Regu will be given Serug. To him he will give Nahor, to him Terah. Only from him will be coming Abraham, and his brothers Nahor and Haran. And behold, Abraham will be called to become the actual father of the children of God. But you, as well as Noah, will still see Abraham, and all living generations starting with Noah will bless him, and you shall not withhold your blessing from him. Until now, 131 years have passed after the flood, and Abraham will be born in the 229th year after the flood. Thus you and Noah, who will be living for another 219 years from now on, thus will be living in total for 350 years after the flood, will get to know the Father of the children of God quite well, since you will be living from now on for still another 300 years. Behold, this is what the Lord has ordained, and it is all good. Therefore be content with this, and you will have an equal portion with God forever. Amen. Thereupon the messenger left Ham again, who lived at Sidon, today's Saida. Ham was satisfied with this answer, and let go completely his selfishness about the strength of his descendants. And that was my household, up to Abraham, which was mentioned and defined at the beginning of this work. There would certainly still be much to show from Noah to Abraham, but since Moses already reveals more about this in more detail, and everyone who is versed in the science of correspondences can find every little detail, this already very lengthy work is thus concluded. Happy is everyone who makes the law of love that shines through it the basis of his life, for he will then also find true, eternal life in it. But whoever only reads it like another fairy tale history book will get a very meagre harvest for his spirit. But whoever mocks and persecutes this work will not escape certain temporal and eternal death. For I will seize him suddenly, when he least expects it. But when this work is published, my instructions will be given at the right time to one or the other of those who were involved with it right from the start, to revitalize their spirit. So, my richest blessing, my fatherly love, and my fullest grace are offered to all of you, my dear friends and children. Walk faithfully and fearlessly on these paths of life, and I, the Lord and Father and God of you all, will lead you by my hand into my house, and not a hair on anyone's head shall be harmed. Amen. 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 This is the end of this work. Give thanks to God. Appendix 1. The pre-flood earth. In order to help you understand the shape and nature of the earth and to bring it closer to your understanding, it is above all necessary to present to your mind the main mountain ranges of that time, both in Asia, Europe, and Africa, as if in a picture. Because of the many that have existed at that time, no trace can be found today. Partly they have been torn apart and washed away by the retreat of the sea, and their old connecting ridges are lying now buried deep beneath the stream debris of the valleys. And here and there, the currently existing streams and rivers must squeeze through the pinched-off mountains' narrow gorges. But as for the high mountains, they have, except for a few, been altered so much by the action of the different weather conditions that a person who lived only 1,000 years ago would now not that easily recognize them as the same, if he would be placed with his former consciousness where he had lived 1,000 years ago as a human being. One only has to take a closer look at the stony debris of a few hours wide river valley and consider the mass that occurs in it to a depth of 400 fathoms, which has been loosened by water in the area of the high mountains. From the origin of such a stream to its mouth at some sea, and one can easily understand that the mountains, only 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, had a very different shape than now. This preface was necessary for to understand more easily the pre-Noah geography of the mountains. We begin with the north of Europe, and then move over partly to Asia, and then to the southern parts of Europe, and then finally to Africa. From the mountains that stretch almost through the middle of Sweden and Norway, a strong mountain range in the extreme north went as far as the Urals and connected with them in an ever-increasing direction, and had a width of up to 100, even 200 German miles. This mountain range also connected with the present mountains of Denmark, and from there further with the mountain range that today still more or less separates Western flat Europe from the mountainous German Europe as far as Switzerland. And thus the Swiss mountains were connected with the Urals, and the Urals through Central Asia with High Tibet. This was, therefore, an uninterrupted ring of mountains, the lower parts of which still offered a height of between 5,000 and 6,000 feet above the surface of the sea. But they were not of the same consistency everywhere, and therefore, in the case of the Mediterranean seas, which still need to be described, which were not connected to the main sea at that time, they were broken through by the flooding and washed away in different directions. There were two main Mediterranean seas at that time. The northern Mediterranean consisted of a large basin stretching from today's Black Sea, in part over the whole European Russia, and all adjacent low-level countries up to the current Baltic Sea, and also to the lower parts of the current European Turkey, up to today's so-called Iron Gate, as well as the narrow passes at Belgrade and Semlin, which were reached by its mountain-high waves during large storms. This was therefore the northern Mediterranean. The second Mediterranean, which was not connected to the former, and still today carries the name Mediterranean Sea, had, just like the northern Mediterranean, no link with any oceans. But its surface was throughout not smaller in size than that of the aforementioned black or northern one. The second Mediterranean covered the region of today's Fiume, where a broad and long valley stretches into Croatia, and from there further in different branches to the riverbed of the Sava, as far as Crane, and there up against those areas where the high mountains begin. On the other side it covered the current Venetian kingdom, as well as the area of Lombardy, and also some eastern parts of France. While in Africa covering the Nile Valley, up to the cataracts, and also today's great sandy desert. From Asia, a significantly high mountain range existed of which still nowadays substantial remnants are present. This mountain range extended from the northeastern part of Africa to also the high cataracts, which further on are linked to today's high mountains of Africa. The Strait of Gibraltar was also connected to the present-day Spain, namely by a fairly high mountain range, and thus formed the second Mediterranean, which in size compared well with the northern Mediterranean. However, generally, it was lying many fathoms lower than the northern Mediterranean, of which the Black Sea today is still a remnant. Now there also existed a third Mediterranean. To determine the ancient locality of it, One just needs to look at those lowlands and valleys which are currently traversed by the Danube, Drava and Mura, together with their tributaries. This smaller Mediterranean at that time was not known to anybody, because this prehistoric Europe had not yet been inhabited by any human beings. There only existed masses of all kinds of animals, usually huge in size, of which one can still find remains in petrified condition today in some mountain caves or beneath sand and gravel deposits. But you should not be thinking that this small Mediterranean existed on its own, because especially in Europe, a lot of significantly large lakes existed, which were connected to this third Mediterranean by runoffs. The Crane, or its lowlands up to the deep upper Crane, was a by itself enclosed lake, of which the present-day so-called Ljubljana Marsh is a remnant, which, however, was linked with a strong outflow into the area of today's Ran and the Second Mediterranean, which covered the vast lowlands of Croatia. A main part which was connected with the Third Mediterranean stretched from the present-day Drava Valley up to the area of the sovereignty of Vol, and further on the narrow pass where the Drava River had to find a way through a long row of mountains up to the area of today's Ace, from where a fairly large lake began, of which the present-day so-called Werther Lake, or Werther Sea, is a remnant. Part of this lake extended up to the Drava Valley and far beyond Village, from where it was connected to still many smaller lakes. Thus today's Enns Valley was also a separate lake, which dug its way through the currently called Graz, and from there further on where it joined a much larger lake which covered the Danube Valley, and further upwards all lowlands of Bavaria and partly also the wide Inn Valley in Tyrol. Today's Mur, just like the Danube, had a shallow connection with the Third Mediterranean. The area of today's Waldens, up to the present-day Gosting, was covered by a small lake, and behind Gosting was another lake called Mur, covering the whole Mur surface and its flat side valleys, which in turn had smaller lakes in their background, and thus were connected to the main lake via small outflows. Today's Switzerland had many similar small lakes of which remnants still exist nowadays. With that, you have a sufficient picture of the state of the pre-deluge mountains and the waters of this small part of the world. We now want to particularly take a look at Central Asia and its main mountains, which separates Central Asia from South Asia and which was the actual cradle of the Adamic human race. From the Ural, as already shown, a mountain range joined the High Tibet, which already at that stage was crisscrossed by many of the most fertile valleys, carrying rivers coming from the mountains and which had their main runoff to the north. These mountains was later inhabited during the times of Hanoch, and especially under the descendants of Seth, while the Hanochites lived in the lowlands and spread far beyond this mountain range. But when they saw that the inhabitants of the mountains were much better off than they themselves in their fertile and vast lowlands, they began to increasingly tease and pursue the inhabitants of the mountains. And despite many admonitions, They did not let go of the persecutions, but began by means of their explosive grains, of which today's Chinese powder is a descendant, to literally blow up and destroy these mountains by drilling deep holes in them. In their deepest blindness, they thereby not only provided an exit point for these large bodies of water, whose basins were sealed by these mountains, but also for those basins much further afield, covered by the Tibetan and Taurus mountains, and to the north for long stretches by the Ural. Thereby, particularly in the area of today's Caspian Sea, where once Hanoch stood, the largest immersion occurred, and the breakthrough of the waters was so powerful that it reached a height of between 7,000 and 8,000 feet above the other oceans, and was further increased and supported by a prolonged rainfall over the whole of Central Asia. This extraordinary high level of water in the whole of Central Asia found, to a large part, its outflow through today's Volga Valley, and increased this northern Mediterranean by many fathoms. The already weak land barrier at today's Constantinople, now Istanbul, was not able to withstand the subsequent forceful breakout, which was further supported by extraordinary, far-reaching, all-destructible fire eruptions occurring at the same time in that area. How high the waters of Central Asia have risen of their own accord is demonstrated by the fact that Noah and his box found a place on a plateau on Ararat, where the box remained. Most of the waters of this Central Asia then found their main outflow to the north and east, but an extremely significant part also to the south and west. As a result, the second great Mediterranean was so overfilled that, partly due to its weight, and to a large extent due to the subterranean fire eruptions, it made its way out into the Atlantic Ocean, and in a few hundred years it flowed so much that all the plains directly connected to it, some of which are currently very fertile, were largely drained, after which the coastal countries in particular could gradually be populated from Asia. But to a large extent this was accomplished by the peoples who were still alive in the high mountains of Asia, and also those of the Urals, which at that time was a fertile and broad stretch of land as far as the North Sea, from which the rest of the northern part of Europe was populated, especially in the mountains. The Taurusi also came from these people, who settled in the mountains of Styria and many other countries, and lived peacefully among themselves for a long time, until the Romans and Greeks' greed and imperialism discovered them. The land strip that connected Europe with Asia at the time of the Hanochite flood was named after the patriarch there, who belonged also to the mountain peoples and was a kind of prophet who travelled far across Western Asia, and was called Deucalion, that is, sent by God, or I come from God. And the flood was therefore also called the Deucalion flood by the peoples who lived in the South Asian part for a long time, until only after a few centuries the descendants of Noah revealed the main cause and the course of this flood with all its accompanying circumstances to them. In the course of many years, the then large lakes of Central Asia started to dry up, and unfortunately left behind until now still desolate and uninhabitable land. Only towards China and at the northern foot of the Tibetan high mountains is it fertile and habitable. From these parts originated the to you well-known Mongols, Huns, Tartars and Turkomans, who after the overpopulation of their land were forced to emigrate and turned partly to the east and partly to the west, where they caused these inhabitants great distress and harm everywhere. In the east, the ancient Sihonites, and in Japan, the Medjuhidites, felt the power and severity of the Mongols. And in the west, the Huns in particular, in conjunction with the Tartars, and later the Turkomans, made themselves very noticeable and brought about the great migrations of peoples which occurred in those times and which you are well aware of. In the present time, many attempts has been made to selectively turn the desert parts of Central Asia into fertile land. But the knowledge to make such desolate lands fertile is still too deeply buried in the night of their pagan superstition. And therefore, this large stretch of land will have to wait for a very long time until it will arrive at its old pre-Noah fertility. How fertile the lands were at that time, including a large part of Siberia, is demonstrated by the mammoths and many other grass and leaf-eating animals that are still frequently found today, resting under the eternal snow and ice. They could no longer feed themselves after the destruction of this extremely fertile land, and thus became completely extinct long ago. In addition to the great mammoth, these include the giant deer, the giant sheep, the giant one-horned horse, and the like, some of which fossilized remains can still be found in the Ural Mountains and in large parts of the caves of northern Tibet, and also under the snow and ice of Siberia. Someone could easily ask why no remains of human bodies are found in Siberia. And the answer is, because the human body is much more ethereal in all its parts, and thus more decomposable from the very outset. That is, as far as the descendants of Adam are concerned. But as far as the pre-Adamite, so-called animal men, called Sephonisms, viewers of the firmament, are concerned, fossilized remains of them can still be found here and there, just as descendants of the type of animal men can still be found here and there which are positioned between the descendants of Cain and the present-day apes, such as chimpanzees and orangutans. But of all animal species, they possessed the greatest instinctive intelligence, and here and there built their own dwellings, which were admittedly extremely monotonous, and also filled the not too wide parts of the streams and rivers with stones, thus building a kind of bridge over such places. And when the water began to flow over these bridges, which was usually the case, they soon built a second and higher one behind the old place where the current came from, and not infrequently continued this work until 10 or more such bridges were built in a crude terraced style, which in the end, however, were of little use to them, because the water behind them always began to swell and overflowed all these bridges again. The walls built by these people, who had a short tail covered with a thick tuft of hair, were those of which we can still find traces today, and which are said to be very old, far older than Adam, which is sometimes the case, as are some of these walls, especially in mountainous regions. But they are no more the work of a free human mind than is the very purposefully built houses of the beavers on the waters in which these animals find their abundant food. There are other species of animals on earth that build and arrange their homes in such a way that people themselves are extremely astonished when they find one. But these homes are nevertheless easily recognized as the work of animals, because they always occur in the same type and form. The material from which they are built can also be analyzed by an experienced chemist to determine what it consists of. But the building material is just as little to be produced from nature as the material from which the spider spins its thread, the bee builds its cells, and the snail its house. And as is the case with such animals, the situation is not much better with the actual pre-Adamites that occur in the forests of Africa and here and there in the Americas. I think that I have shown you as briefly as possible the shape of the earth during the time of Adam more than sufficiently clear, and you will have no more questions about it. I just want to make 2 concluding remarks. The first is that the present Danube only made its way through the Iron Gate several hundred years later, although human hands had to be called upon to adjust the river's bed, which had long been very passable, through the Iron Gate to become navigable for larger vessels as it is now. To find out where the Mur lakes described above have created their enclosing obstacles, you only need to look at the hills surrounding the Mur bottom and the Mur's soil itself, and the rubble will tell you straight away how these hills came into being, as well as the current third bank formed by the Mur. There you will easily find the remains of the embankments that were gradually destroyed. On the ground around Graz, you will easily find at a not very significant depth pebbles of quintal weight, and for the most part also of very hard consistency. Below Weldon, however, the Mur was already less aggressive, only here and there, but already at a considerable depth, heavier. Rolled limestones occur, and further down, below Radkersburg, up to where the Mur flows into the Drava, you will find sand rather than rolled stones, and that is because the Mur here already had a very wide bed, and thus lost its flow force due to a too shallow gradient. Go to Egypt, and you will find very little stone rubble up to the vicinity of the cataracts, but a much greater quantity of reddish-brown and sometimes whitish sand. The reason for this is that this river up to the region of the cataracts is still in a slightly different decline with the present Mediterranean Sea, as far as height is concerned, while other rivers have a steeper decline towards the sea, with the exception of the Danube into the Black Sea, the Volga into the Caspian Sea, and the Amazon River in America into the Atlantic Sea. Secondly, concerning the flooding of America, of which among the primordial inhabitants of this part of the world some dark legends exist, It serves, however, as no proof whatsoever for a general flooding, because at that time the lowlands of this part of the world were anyway still partly under water. Over time, this from north to south, sprawling part of the world was lifted more and more above the sea level by inner fire eruptions, and the sea was forced to gradually recede. There was also another natural event of great importance for this earth. In that primeval period of the earth, when, according to the law of sea migration, the greater part of the sea was located even more to the north, an unbroken line of islands extended from the extreme west coast of Africa to the eastern corner of what is now Brazil, thus dividing the northern sea of the Atlantic Ocean from the southern sea. And these two seas were only connected by a number of straits, the largest of which was hardly as wide as the Red Sea. But at that time, all parts of the world, especially the seabed, suffered many changes through underground fire force, and the aforementioned island series, as well as many thousands of large and small islands of the world's great oceans, sank into the deep seabed, and the North Atlantic could then flow unhindered through this wide gate into the South Atlantic. And in the northern parts of the earth, many islands and other lowlands emerged as usable land, and so also the lands of America. However, the tip of Africa, which once extended far down to the South Pole, is still under water. This is why the sea far below the Cape of Good Hope forms a kind of mountain, which ships find difficult to cross, especially in bad winds, and often have to make a long detour to reach the flat part of the eastern sea. It is, of course, much easier for modern-day steamers. There you then also have the flood of America, and for a lot of large and small islands. And do not research this message any further. Otherwise, I will have to lead you back into the primordial creation periods and many sea migrations. And you would not gain any more useful knowledge than an old woman who cannot understand how she came to have so many creases and wrinkles, despite having always lived good and chastely. And when still a girl of 20 years of age, for no price in the world, not one single wrinkle could be discovered on her whole body. Yes, here one cannot say anything else than, all this has been arranged by God the Lord, that times change, and we people, with everything that surrounds us, change with the times. Therefore, let us leave the earth in peace. In 1,000 years, it will already look completely different anyway. And therefore, good, and end with this explanation that I gave you, so that you can more easily understand some things in the Gospels and the writings of Moses. Amen.